First? How do you know? How do you know you're first? Somebody might have typed something before you showed up and saw it. You have no idea. You have no idea. Okay. 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 Wait, what is this? Like, what is all this stuff? Okay. Oh, God damn it. So I'm just going through and cleaning up this profiling library, which we originally ported, and it has a great deal of assumptions about what it's linking with and stuff, because that's the way we rolled back then. And these days, it's time to make things as generally useful as possible. I don't know what, I might have to report this. Like, I don't know what happened here. This is supposed to be, in its original form, it was a relatively abstracted library where you gave it callbacks to do things like draw a text, and that doesn't appear to be the case anymore. And so hopefully I can factor that back. It's like, what the fuck? This is all not supposed to be this way. It's okay though. Oh, it's so easy for me to get annoyed by things like this. But how much do you use them, and where specifically do you use them? I almost never use callbacks. Callbacks are bad. They cause a lot of problems. There are, however, some cases when you don't really have any other way to do things. And in those cases, they're fine. But a lot of people get crazy about callbacks, and they just cause a lot of problems. You shouldn't use them if you have another way to do things that's reasonable. All right. My approach here is I'm just going to get it to compile, and then we'll deal with all this garbage. Some of which may be my fault, but I think a lot of which is not my fault. Okay, so here, for example, these functions are passed in, so that part of it is still intact. So, like, I don't know what all this other stuff is. Like, why is this here? How did this get here? Might be my fault. I don't remember. But I hope not. Okay, and then this should be application level. Okay, so now this is starting to look better. See, I'm just trying to factor back out. Okay, I actually understand what happened here a little bit, I think. It's okay, though. It's okay, though. You pass arrays of function pointers in your animation function in order to do actions at specific frames. Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. Just put string tags or enums or something like that. It's way better. The reason that's way better than callbacks is that your flow control doesn't disappear into some intermediate system and then come back out later, right? And just the call graph of your code is much easier to understand for someone coming along to read it. Like, they see at what time that function can get called. Yeah, so Sean is exactly right that callbacks are terrible sometimes for exactly these reasons and maybe some others. But, of course, sometimes they're the right thing. So, for example, in this code, which was originally the iprof C library and may have just been mutilated too much. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do, is restore it. You know, it's sort of, these callbacks were the best way to do it. But, okay, here's the important thing, though. There's not really a lightweight other way to do things. Like, the only other way to do this would be for the profiling library to pass you some big data structure containing all the strings to draw and all the rectangles to draw, and then you draw it, which is probably actually better in terms of understanding what's going on, but it has performance implications, for example. But the second thing is, these callbacks are, unless you get crazy, like these callbacks are themselves going to be pretty small functions. And that's actually critical. If you ever end up in a situation where you're calling something, some callback, and like it might go for hundreds of thousands of lines of code, you're in a really bad situation, right? And that's actually one reason why the Windows event model is really bad, because you sort of can factor a lot of things out of the window proc these days, but actually not everything. And you end up wanting to do really non-trivial stuff from inside a callback, and it just gets really gross, right? Whereas like draw a rectangle, that should be pretty short, honestly. Okay, so let's just try to get, okay, so let me explain what happened here. Was way back when I started the compiler, probably within the first year, I was just doing all sorts of stuff to make sure stuff worked. And I'm pretty sure we published this demo on YouTube of like automatic profiling from the meta program, right? So the meta program would crank along and it would insert profiling instrumentation into all your functions, unless you tag them by saying, no, don't do this, right? And then you would have profiled code. And that was great. We haven't been using that for a long time, though, and the code kind of decayed. And part of what happened was, like way back in the day, we didn't have very clearly factored things because how libraries were going to work wasn't figured out, all this stuff. So the code that we were using to, I think it was probably the Galaga game or whatever, the code that we were using to do this, we just knew it used GL, and we knew it only had one swap buffers for one window. So we had this whole automated thing where we like hooked swap buffers and stuff. So what I want to do now, well, and in part of that process, I think the code's sort of a little bit decrystallized, right? Where there wasn't as strong of a separation between the application and the library, which is what I'm seeing here. So what I want to do is redo that factorization, but also maybe make the names nicer, do trivial stuff like that, because, if you want it namespaced, you can namespace it on import. But also, I want to make it so you could do it in two modes, because maybe you don't want an automated full program instrumentation. Maybe you want to use it in manual mode, just like the C iProf. That was what I wanted to do. I was like, look, like we've been running the Benny tests for a while. It's pretty slow. I bet there's some functions in gameplay code that are just taking a ton of time. I'd like to be able to profile that. But I don't want to run this thing on the whole program, and I don't want it to assume like where it can inject GL stuff, right? So I want to go back and essentially do that profiling, what was in that profiling demo, but like more seriously for a shipping game, right? That's going to be complicated. And by the way, that isn't going to be on OpenGL for much longer because we're doing the DX12 port. So what I want to do is just get iProf like compiling again and get it working in the classic mode, which was, just like in C, where you just use a macro to declare that a certain place gets instrumented, and then your program manually invokes when it should draw, right? And then I want to figure out from there, okay, what is the automatic mode that your meta program can do that actually makes sense? Because you can't really, for a real game, you can't really assume where you're allowed to inject the draw code or something. That's just like not really a thing that's ever going to work. So you maybe still need people to manually say when to draw and what the inputs are, right? And so I just, by doing this more real now in manual mode, I then want to see Okay, what does the real automatic mode look like, if any of that makes sense? Have I considered supporting the Chrome tracer? What? Is that a thing for Chrome? Why would I use any web thing of any kind? iProf is a good profiler. It's simple and it's very effective. All right. This is something I've been using for years. It's good action. I don't know what you're talking about, but it might well be written by people like the Microsoft programmers who think 1 millisecond is an appropriate um, granularity. By the way, it also reminds me, I think original iProf did RDTSC, and we didn't probably have any way of doing that. So we used query performance counter. Maybe not. Maybe, I don't know. If Sean's still here, maybe he can advise me on this. I should go back and look at the latest iProf too, because I'm sure it's been modified substantially. You output JSON and display it on Chrome? Oh yeah, garbage, dude. No way are we going to touch that from a million miles. Why would we do that? We have a frickin' 3D game that draws amazing things at 240 frames per second. Why would I send shitty JSON to a shitty web browser to draw something at barely interactive rates? Who are you even talking to here? Why do you think I'm going to do that? iProf hasn't been touched in 20 years. Okay. For markup, you assume you can just have an attribute you put on functions and the metacode only marks up the prologue, epilogue if it's there. Yeah, I mean, that's one mode. I feel like there's maybe a couple modes, actually. One mode is exactly that. Another mode could be like, look, you instrument everything except functions that are kind of small, right? Because that's something that you can know from the metaprogram. You don't know in terms of machine language instructions, but you know in terms of like expression level, like syntax tree level expressions, how big a function is. So you could say, you know, if it's inlined, or if it's, or, you know, if it's declared inline, or if it's like, you know, less than 30 expressions, don't instrument it, but instrument everything else, right? And that might be nicer because it's less manual work, but maybe that also instruments some things that you don't want. And so then maybe you need to be able to have an uninstrument tag, right? Something. We'll figure out exactly what the right thing is. So you take it, I hate protocol buffers. I think JSON is a bad format. Anything that uses JSON, I think, is not a good idea. I think the Chrome thing is just if you want the telemetry style view, people have made using Chrome Viewer of that data conventional. I just don't want anything to do with a web browser, man. I really don't. I mean, I have worse and worse experiences with web browsers as time goes on. I mean, maybe if somebody wants to implement that as an output format, they can do that, but I am unlikely to do it. You haven't updated iProf because you assume it's irrelevant once you're multi-threaded because you don't want to compete with telemetry. Yeah. The multi-threaded part, I think we actually could do here automatically. Although, do you mean irrelevant once you're multi-threaded because you can't get a good view of what the actual performance bottlenecks are? Or do you just mean in terms of iProf's own data management? Because I would think that even in C, you could use like thread local storage to do, I mean, that would be slower, right? You would take a penalty, but you could use that to do actual storage and arrangement of the data. What format are the levels saved in? We covered that in a stream just a couple days ago. Maybe somebody knows the link. JSON is perfectly fine for certain things. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Because the flat view isn't so great. B, because you need lots of thread local variables. C, the trick iProf uses with statics to cache the stack will break across threads. I don't remember what that trick is, but we have some stuff in this language that might help. So there's user level stack trace stuff here where you automatically get like a 64-bit hash of your call stack, like before even, like it gets incrementally computed with every function call for a small cost. So like that's all like maybe something that we could just do differently than happens in C. Noob question, why is JSON format bad? Because it doesn't really solve any problems for you. Because after you think you've parsed it, you then have to parse what you parsed to make sure everything is still there in the way that you expected it, or else your program is going to be brittle and crash anyway. And if you do that, by the time you've done that, you might as well have just parsed something. It's too general of a file format to actually solve your problem. What would I suggest as a reasonably user-readable format for things like simple configuration? For us, we just have our own format. The hash of the call stack addresses it. If you have a way to get back from the hash to the bottom entries of the stack during reporting. Yeah, I can show you really fast what we do. Where is it? Oh, it's not in here. Where is it? I think it's in basic. Yeah. Okay. So you can call this function pack stack trace, right? So basically there's a linked list. Like if you have this compile option turned on, then every time one of your functions that you enter allocates its own stack, it makes trace space for a stack trace node, right? Let's look at what that is. It makes space for one of these, which is, 32 bytes, right? And then whenever it's going to call a function, I mean, it tries to be as efficient about it as possible. So when it allocates it, it makes this, which is a pointer to the, your global data that's got a record about what procedure this is, right? And then that says the name of the procedure, the line number and file name, address, right, which matches the function pointer, right? And there's only one of these per procedure. That's in read-only data. But then hash, call depth, and line number get filled out every time you call a function. So hash is based on the previous hash, right? And then call depth gets incremented, and line number gets set to the line number of the actual function call, whereas this line number, well, there's a line number in this location, but that's the line number of the top of the procedure, right? So anyway, this stuff gets done real fast, and then the linked list gets poked on there, right? And so here, this just says, walk this entire linked list and put all the results into an array. And actually, we don't do this here, but you can pre-allocate the array because you know the call depth here, right? So you could say, hey, give me 23 nodes worth of memory, and then just copy it out. So in theory, this is really fast for this kind of instrumenting application, although we haven't ever used it for that yet. So it's just what it's intended for. iProf builds exactly this stacked linked list, but it makes a tree, i.e. every stack linked list it ever saw still exists. Yeah, so you could, I mean, if you just threw this into a hash table, the packed array, if you throw that into a hash table hashed by this hash, then that would be exactly that behavior. And it should, you know, you also have your thread index easily available, right? And so if you hash by thread index as well, what is the hash useful for? It is so that you have a fast way of looking to see if you might already have this call stack without having to compare the whole call stack. And if you feel secure enough in your 64-bit hashes, then maybe it's uniquely identifying enough. I mean, hash plus call depth plus line number plus thread index, like if you hash all four of these things together with a high quality hash, that's gonna be pretty good at uniquely identifying the thing. Maybe even hashed with this pointer, right? This is a relatively fast hash, right? So it's maybe a little bit more collision prone than some other things would be. But these 5 things together, that's pretty good. And so maybe if you had a good hash that you run on that, you just say, okay, I'm just going to consider that a unique identifier. So if you get a collision, maybe we just don't even worry about it, right? Or maybe we detect it later when we're displaying the data. Did you have a single entity list for all entities in the witness? I mean, there's 2 views of it. There's a view, you could look at all entities, and you could also look at entities of any particular type. And that's what I do here as well. Was it similar to bucket array? No, it was probably a flat array. So the one extra speed up iProf did in C is cache the last hash lookup in a static. So if you entered the function with the same stack as the last time, it could skip the hash lookup. So that needs to be thread safe or thread local. Right. We can make it thread local very easily. Like this context here, which is not even thread local storage. It's just like that gets separately allocated for any thread, and you just have a pointer to it. This thing can be added to by user level code, so you could just put that value on there. Although C functions don't get this, so if you have like a callback or something, you wouldn't be able to use this. But this code wouldn't care. I'd have to think about if that's actually a problem. Like maybe we just don't instrument C functions, or maybe it doesn't actually matter and it works fine. I need to think about it. There are very few data types where JSON is not a good solution. If that's true, then why is all web software like 3 orders of magnitude slower than it should be for what it does? Explain that to me, if it's a good solution. Man, I wish people would. It's just so tiring having everybody talk about JavaScript all the time here. Like, learn to lift yourself out of mediocrity, all right? If you believe what everybody else believes, this is a thing that not that many people understand about life. If you believe what everybody else believes, and most of the people with that same set of beliefs are mediocre programmers at best, then you're kind of just setting yourself up to be a mediocre programmer. Okay? In order to be, let's just say, in the top 5% of your field, that's not even asking a lot, because a lot of people just go to work very sleepy and don't care and just want to get paid and go home, right? If you want to be in the top 5% of your field, you have to believe some things that are not believed by most people in your field. I claim that that is necessary. And even more necessary if you want to be like top 1% or higher, right? So like, if you're just talking about JavaScript all the time, you're wasting cycles in your brain that could be used on much more interesting topics, all right? So that is why it bums me out to see people talking about JavaScript in this chat every single day as though it were a good way to use the brain that you have been given. All right? But maybe you're content being mediocre programmers. That's fine. You can do that. Talking about most things with Twitch chat is not that good of an idea if you want to be efficient. That is true. Oh man. I think the cleaners broke my Winnie the Pooh cup. And this is why you should always clean your own apartment. Winnie the Pooh cup is now damaged. I mean, maybe it might not be the cleaners. It could be like heat damaged from the dishwasher. Does that happen? It kind of looks like an impact though. Because it looks like pressure was, I don't know if you can see that, but it looks like pressure happened there. You can sort of see, it doesn't look like it just like flaked off. But it could be, it might not be the cleaners. It could be that I dropped it a long time ago and it just didn't break yet, but it's been slowly, I mean, that's quite possible. I bought this in Thailand. It was in some luggage for a long time, so I shouldn't blame anybody, honestly. And it gives it personality. Okay, so back to kind of starting to make iProf compile at least. And I guess what Sean's saying is he has no plans to really update iProf. It sounds like that's a done deal. So maybe we just have to slowly evolve this toward whatever makes sense in our programming language. Okay, get next event. We're just going to comment that out. So this is like, this is for navigating the thing and whatever, and we can wait because we want it to draw. Like first we get it to draw, and then we get it to do other things. Okay. So we literally don't have this thing. Yeah, this, no, that's not how that goes. Well, let me see. Yeah. Well, that's actually fine. I thought this was a different thing. Okay. So I need to figure out what our font is. And instead of, I'm just going to start making the names nicer. Okay. So we have this font called base font name. So we're just going to use that for now. And if we want to change the font for the profiler, we could do that later. Font size. Oh. Right, we're now automatically, you know what? This should be pretty fast to do this every frame because it's like cached, I guess, if we only do it once. All right. We're just going to set this. It's just, this doesn't really need to be separate. Do we need the window here? We will need the window. Okay. But we don't need to get it in this weird way because it's just our application window. Like, again, we don't want to do stuff like this, especially if we want to factor this into generalized code that we inject automatically, because your program could have multiple windows open. In fact, when the artists run the game, it definitely has multiple windows open, so you don't want to assume. What is our window called? Main window. Okay. Well, okay, we don't need to init anything then. Okay, so font size is cast int, or S32 maybe. Back buffer height times like 1/50th. That's going to be pretty big. I don't know. We'll just see. We'll see how big that is. So that's like 50 lines fitting top to bottom. Is it back buffer? main window.backbuffer, because we are multi-window. Float. All right. I don't know why we're getting... Oh, I guess I do know why. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Oh, we have to assign this to a global so that, okay. Okay, so init zone names, this was a casualty of, like, I made this be a thing that was generated by the instrumentation from the metaprogram. And now we don't run, if that's not there. So okay, enum usage mode. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so that is just what it is. Steven's sausage roll is on sale for $6. Worth it? Absolutely. Well, I mean, it depends. If you're starving and can't afford food, then maybe you should use the $6 for food. Real sausages instead of virtual sausages. But otherwise, it's a good game. What do I think of the Rust as syntax for casts? I do not care about anything like that. I don't care. It's not an interesting... Like, syntax is mostly not interesting. You can think of all sorts of ways to do syntax. So what? Okay. Why do I have circular dependencies? What the hell? All right. That's, I'm actually working on another computer on a pretty big refactor that would affect that. So I'm just going to do this. Okay. So we need to deal with the init zone names. Okay, well, we compile. That's still pretty far from doing anything useful. I can't wait till this is done and I can start working on an operating system. Oh my God. All right. We're going to need some neurons now to start making things work. So we're getting out the neurogum. We're going to have neurons. I mean, honestly, I have way too much to do, but I might, just as a learning experience, poke around and try to make something boot in a VM sometime just to do it. Like, that would be fun. I really shouldn't do that. I have so many things to do. But like, oh my God, I'm so tired of everything. There was a Hacker News discussion I was reading this morning. Somebody had posted an article that was like, hey, our shared library is really a good idea on Hacker News. And he did some statistics on Ubuntu or some distribution. And he was generally like, no, you don't really need shared libraries. Now, I think his analysis was a bit flawed. It wasn't quite a legit comparison. But the discussions about it were so off base. Somebody was like, yeah, but a default Ubuntu distribution has more than 400 processes running, and just check and see how much shared memory is there in the process table report, and that tells you how much you'll save. And I'm just like, you think it's a good idea to have 400 processes running? Like, isn't that kind of your problem? Isn't the problem not really shared memory at that point? Like, why do you have 400 processes running? I don't know if that's a true number, but that's what this poster said, so I kind of believe it. I'm just like, oh my God, dude. Someone in chat, I think, just linked the article in question, if that link is correct. And like in this article that they were discussing, whatever distribution this guy did, he ran over all the executables on the machine and, checked what was linked by who. Guess how many executables were on the machine? 4,500 executables. Do you really need that to have a computer with like a desktop? Do you really need 4,500 executables? Is that a good idea? Chrome runs like 10 just for a browser. Yeah, I mean, the case of Chrome is a little bit different, at least, because it's one process per tab, which I wish were not necessary and wouldn't be necessary if we had better operating system conventions. But given what they have to work with, I don't think that's that bad. I'm not that worried about one process per browser tab that you have open, because you're at least doing something at that point. You've at least got tabs open. So you, as the user, are asking the computer to do work. What I care about is 400 processes before you do anything. Like, what the hell is that? You wonder what my opinion would look like after actually attempting the task of writing an OS. Well, you know, I did go to computer science school, and we did implement a very basic operating system at that time. So I kind of know what's involved, if that's what you're implying. I mean, it wasn't, you know, that's nothing near what you actually have to do to ship an OS to people in the real world, but like, I know what an OS does. A friend is leading an X Prize challenge to get young people to design video games that have a social impact. Would you be willing to judge or advise this process? Sure. Yeah. Do we still use bytecode interpreter for code run at compile time? Yes. Can you share some reasons why not use real backend? Because we just didn't do it that way right now. We just haven't thought about it. There's some problems you would have to solve. I just have too much to do to even think about that. You wonder if the 400 processes include the kernel tasks. I don't know, but why should your kernel run that much? Like, it's just not a good way of doing things. Can a new OS succeed given the problem with drivers? You should not allow drivers in the way that we do today. It shouldn't be a thing. Isn't that like saying I wrote a game on a 24-hour game jam? I know what it takes to make a AAA game. No, it's like saying I wrote a game in a 6-month-long class in college where all we did was make that one game. So yeah, it's not the same. I just said
it's not the same as shipping a thing to end users. I said that like 3 times.
I just need to stop talking to certain people in chat who get me annoyed because. All right. Do I think Apple going ARM for Macs is a smart move? I mean, sort of, but it doesn't matter because they've been killing Macs for years anyway. They need to save Macs, and going ARM isn't going to do that. And running iPhone software on your Mac isn't going to save Macs. It's just going to make things more confused. Now, honestly, though, I don't know. I'm a little bit confused by the ARM thing. I feel like part of that going ARM is Apple giving up on something trivial, right? Here's the thing. For the past many generations of phones and iPads and stuff, right? Apple's been designing their own CPUs and GPUs, right? The CPUs are based on the ARM instruction set, but most of the guts of a modern CPU has nothing to do with the instruction set, right? I actually don't know if this is true of Apple's processors, but like on Intel, the instruction set just gets, the first thing that happens is those instructions get translated to other instructions that don't have that much to do with the input instruction set, right? I assume the same thing is true of Apple's chips, but I don't know. So like, what if you were gonna switch, why would you bother switching to ARM? Why don't you just make your own instruction set and just change that part of your chip, which is very small, and then stop paying ARM license fees and have the freedom to make the instructions whatever you want. And then that's what you switch Macs to, right? And then that's what you switch your phones to. Like, I don't understand why they didn't do that, except that they're too conservative and scared about iPhone software for some reason, even though they've had everybody deliver LLVM bitcode for years. I swear that that's what they were going to do, and then somebody chickened out for some reason, because that was the move that made sense. You assume the ARM license just doesn't cost enough to matter. Maybe, but I mean, Apple also just pathologically wants to own everything, right? That's how Apple does things. So, oh, they don't pay ARM anything anymore. They have architecture license. That's not even an annual fee? It's got to be at least an annual fee. It's maybe not a per unit fee. Their answer was basically if they switch from ARM, they would build a custom architecture. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A one-time fee. Wow. Okay. Well, maybe that's why they did that. But I don't know. I could have sworn for years that they were getting ready to switch instruction sets for everything, and they didn't do it. So shows you what I know. Like a $10 million license, that's all. Wow. But they also want to benefit from compiler work. I think the compiler work that seems heavily debatable to me, let me put it that way. That's actually beneficial. Do I know why did Apple drop the PowerPC architecture? Yeah, because PowerPC started sucking. That's why. Do I have any new ideas for an operating system besides it works? I mean, not nearly as much as I have for a programming language, right? But definitely, so like, look, the operating system itself should be small. Most things should happen in user space, right? So if you're going to talk to the network card, that should not go through the operating system at all, period. So you probably need, if you're going to access controlled devices or something like that, you need to have some kind of security token handoff, right? So that you don't need to go through the operating system to go over the network. And then programs should be sandboxed from each other by default so that you don't have to worry about security. It should be very heavily sandboxed, where most programs cannot really do that much, right? And then you figure out a way to make a desktop environment work where there's, some common place. I mean, I haven't thought about that part enough, but you do something to make it user-friendly for a desktop environment, but by default, a program can't just look at the file system. Like, that's not even a thing. And then most of your security worries go away relative to today, right? Processes communicate by direct memory mapping usually. So instead of like opening a pipe to another process that you put data in and it gets marshaled by the operating system and sent back out, you just map a mutual buffer with another process and you just start mem copying data structures into there or whatever, right? And that's your basic communication mechanism. There's probably some other stuff I'm not thinking about right now, but that's sort of where I would start. But so with this programming language, I sort of started in a particular place, and then all the good stuff about it ended up being a lot better than my starting point. And so I'm hoping, and I think it would be the case, that if I were to start on an operating system someday far in the future, it would rapidly end up getting better than the initial idea, because that's what always happens. OpenBSD has that unveiled. No, but the point is it can't be an additional thing. It has to be the basics of how the operating system works in order to be valuable. Well, in order to be as valuable as it should be. How to start with engine programming for absolute beginner in computer graphics. Stop asking how do you start questions. That's a way to avoid starting. No registry for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's all these things that we've seen from history, how annoying and nasty they get, and just don't do things that way. Also, yeah, there's no installs. Oh, let's start talking about some other things, right? So there's no installs, like you just run a program, right? You try to avoid even invisible installs, and I'm not sure what the OS can do to enforce that, but it should do something. There's kind of not that much point to having an install if your program is not allowed to access anything outside its own space, because like, what would it do during an install, right? Regarding libraries, dynamic or shared or whatever, you would make all code position independent, right? So you don't have this question about static and dynamic libraries being a different thing. You just have one library type, which is could either be linked statically or dynamically, and that's just a thing that you decide when you link it, right? The content of the library is the same either way. And hopefully by default, everything is actually statically linked, but in such a way that within the executable file, you still have the information of what library that came from. So if you want to do security patches, you can do all the security patch things that the people clamoring for dynamic libraries say that dynamic libraries are required for. They're not. You can do them with static libraries as well, as long as you don't destroy the information. I was going to say something else and then I forgot. Oh, and maybe one of the most important things about how user space works in this hypothetical operating system is that you don't have this really bad I have to give a speech in part about why this is terrible, but we have a great deal of complexity incurred because we have this duality between command line programs and library functions. I've talked about this on stream before, but those should just be the same thing. With command line programs maybe having some additional functions that provide some interface functionality, but that, for example, if you wanted to use a grep library, that's actually the same as the grep program. The program and library are the same thing. And that's a way to massively reduce complexity in your system. Path just being a semicolon delimited string is bad. Yeah, that's terrible. You would make your path not be that. But also, is there a path? Like, I sort of dispute the idea that there would be a path because programs can't read the file system arbitrarily. So maybe the equivalent of your path is like your user has a folder with links to all the places that it looks for executables, right? So it's automatically much more structured and much more easy to change from a user standpoint, I guess. That doesn't exactly work if you want to run something with a substitute path, though. So maybe that's not a good idea, but again, I'm not sure exactly what role a path plays, honestly. Graphics, though, I mean, to start with, I would just not support graphics accelerators because they're terrible to deal with. And I would just hope that by the time we had the OS running in a reasonable way, that something in the graphics adapter space would have changed enough that we would be able to do something better. Like if you imagine that compute shaders are good enough, which they almost are now, maybe your driver, maybe you do need to make a driver, but it's just a very, very thin thing that's just enough to let you run a compute shader that writes to GPU memory, right? And then, I don't know. I have no idea. Like that's a whole thing that separate. Same language for programming and batch scripting. Well, I don't think batch scripting is usually a good idea because it usually turns into programs. So just write programs. The biggest challenge isn't the technology, it's convincing a critical mass of developers to write interesting, useful apps for your operating system. Maybe, but again, I'll refer you to what I said before about believing things that everybody else believes. That's what convinces most people to not make an operating system, right? So like, on the one hand, maybe it's true, and maybe that's really hard. On the other hand, if that's what keeps people from making the right operating system that's better, that would have taken over by now, then if you inherit that belief as well, then it will also keep you from doing that thing, right? So you have to kind of wonder which of those things is true. You know, like, what idiot would start a rocket ship company? There's no way that anyone's going to ever let you launch a rocket as a private company, right? It's too expensive. It's too dangerous. They're all going to explode. You'll never figure it out anyway because it's too hard. You're an idiot for starting a rocket ship company. You're pompous. Nobody will ever... What makes you think you can succeed at this thing, right? Would I seek to be Unix compatible? No. Oh, and the other thing I have to say about that is you're saying that like it's a good idea to have a ton of software on your operating system. And I don't think that's true. I think we have way, way, way too much garbage software today. And I would rather have much less software, but that was actually good. I need to change my Twitch handle away from naysayer to something else because it seems like my role most of the time these days is to anti-naysay in chat about ambitious and idealistic things. And so maybe we'll have to do something about that. I don't know. Like, dude, it is so much easier to make a good operating system than it is to start a rocket ship company that can successfully land or dock astronauts with the International Space Station. Along every dimension, it is so much easier to make an operating system. So the fact that somebody just docked astronauts with the space station should tell you that it's not that hard to make an operating system. Or is it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Will the OS have COM objects? Oh, I think you know the answer to that. It is easier to make it. It is hard to make people use it. Yeah, but you're talking to someone like my entire career in video games has been making games that people a priori have no reason to give you money for and want to use and getting them to do that, right? So like, it's not like I don't know anything about getting people interested in giving you money for something, right? I know some things about that. Not that it's easy. And in fact, it's getting harder over time, I believe, but it's, it's not impossible. I actually want to do this just for giggles at some point. Someday this year, I will take a weekend off and try to get something to boot in a VM, and we'll see how far we get. It might be toward the end of the year, but that is what I swear for this year. Sometime this year, we will do that. Booting is easy. The rest of it is a bit more problematic. I mean, I'm not that convinced. Like, yes, if you were trying to duplicate everything Linux does, that's a lot of work. But what I'm saying is the correct operating system for the year 2021 and beyond doesn't do most of what Linux does. I don't think we should be doing almost any of that stuff, right? So that's the secret. Do I think there is a better influence possible than GUIs? I mean, I think there's much better GUIs possible. What's my better hardware roadmap? I don't know. I am not very educated in hardware. I'm the wrong person to ask about hardware. You would table this discussion until there is something tangible to discuss. I mean, that's another way of saying you bet that I'll fail because it's too hard. I don't fail at this kind of thing anymore. Like when I was young, I would fail at this kind of thing because I would give up and move on to a different project. But I know how to succeed at these things now. And once you know that, it's not that hard. I mean, again, I'm not guaranteeing that people would use such a thing. That's a little harder, but making an operating system, we can do that. Come on, bro. Where do you see your OS being initially deployed? On my computer. Just like this programming language. Wow, lots of gifts, lots of sub gifts. Welcome everybody who just got a sub gift. Making people use it is not a given. Oh, I agree. I agree. All right. Will the OS have a browser? Probably not initially. I mean, certainly not initially. I don't want to deal with all that garbage that's in a browser. I mean, the issue is driver support. Driver support was the first thing that I said anything about today. All right, let's go back to the profiler. Wow, it's another giant batch of subs. It's sub day. I thought it was Friday, but it's sub day. Welcome everybody to sub day. All right, so I'm just going to run this. It's not going to do anything because we're not even calling our profile draw function. We are not doing any such thing. Let me fix this. So monsters now are supposed to, they're supposed to be at right angles. We may change that eventually, but for now it's true. All right. So we're going to call this function and try to draw something, and then we'll work our way up. So we're going to call iprof update and draw. I think we want debug draw. Yeah, so I made this variable debug draw CPU performance. It doesn't do anything yet. Wherever we draw GPU, there we go. Okay, this is what we'll do. And we're just going to set this to true by default. All right. You can now 60%. Okay, right on. Okay, well, we are not actually drawing anything, which is no surprise, because I think all the GL is commented out. All right. Oh, unable to load Carmina Bold. Oh, we need to use the, okay. So we need to use font folder. like that. So maybe that will not generate this error anymore. Certain people on the team think that I'm such a silly person for liking this font, but I think I have better taste in fonts. It's such a good font. I don't know if we're going to use it for this game, but I sort of want to use it for every game forever. It's such a good font. It's the same font used in Braid and The Witness, by the way. Okay, so let's see. We've got our draw rectangle, print text. So we call prof update, and then we say if iProf display is visible, which that is sort of a redundant thing. Is that defined in iProf? I'm getting hungry. Okay. And that is no longer a thing. This variable belongs to us. Okay. Let's see if we get anything on the screen. We get a crash. Array bounds check. In immediate draw. Maybe if we try to draw 0 vertices. I mean, we could debug that if we want, but let's actually. Actually, I guess we're going to debug this. With all these gifted subs, it might almost cover a San Francisco pizza. Maybe, but we don't order from Uber Eats anymore because they burned us too hard, too many times. Uber Eats is canceled. Why is it prefixed IM? Because it means immediate mode. Okay, so draw array. So really, if we pass an empty draw array, like, come on, dude. Whoever wrote this made a mistake. All right. We're going to assume it might crash again. Hey, look. What a surprise. Oh my God, dude. All right. What? What? See, this again annoys me. I had some perfectly good immediate mode primitive drawing code, and someone came along and replaced it later, and it's not better, and in fact has these problems. And I'm like, what are you doing, dude? I had perfectly... This is... Don't do that if you're on a project. Don't replace something just to make it different, but not better. So now I have to go and be like, what? Like, why is the thing that ensures space asserting that there isn't space? So you have to call IAMinit, I guess. So do we not use these functions anymore? Like, how do we... Let me see. Oh, we do use my stuff. So this thing, okay. I am very happy to not use this. Okay, we're going to say draw text, font, XY, color. Maybe we don't have to give effect. All right. Draw rectangle is going to be immediate quad. All right. Number mismatch. We wanted a 64 given float. All right. Okay, we drew some text on the screen. We are apparently getting 999.99953 FPS, which is very good. But then we crashed. Oh, and then I hit the wrong button because no matter how many times I get burned. Okay. All right. We panicked in prof create report. Okay, so this is probably, we have 0 zones. We never register any zones. So like, yeah, we're array bounds like failing here. So I'm going to have to figure out what's the best way to manually register zones, but first let's make us not crash. So like cursor is -1. Hold on. Let's go in there. Let's just do this for now. I mean, maybe we can just start cursor at 0. I don't know. All right. So now we have an actual frame counter, which is just like our other frame counter that we already have. However, well, we have no zones. We're trying to draw rectangles, but you'll see there's some schmutz there. And that's because when we're drawing rectangles, we are not setting our font or our texture to something. And so it's using the font. It's a very common problem, right? So here we're just going to say, can I do this? All right, good. Okay, so that is more of a thing. It's behind the... Somehow I need to make this come up, not behind the bar. Ship it. You tried to render fonts by actually rendering the Bezier curves directly on the GPU. The performance was not glamorous. There are people who have done that, though. All right. So, next. I really should be using a fixed width font, it now occurs to me, because I think that will make the most sense. Okay, uglier, but better in certain ways. Okay. So now we have to start making zones. So probably because I did this all for... Let me look at the auto instrumenter, what it did. Okay, so there's better ways to do some of this stuff now. Okay. Index first by workspace, then by zone index. Why did I do that? That's weird. Oh, I think I was thinking back then that things would be different than how they turned out. That's why. Okay. Now the problem that I have is I'm not sure what the best way is to register frickin' zones. So let's just do it totally manually. So first we're just going to load. You know what? Let's namespace iProf first of all. Whoops, not CPP. We're going to do this. Okay, that's going to hose us a little bit because we weren't. Yeah. Okay. And we're going to go iprof.update and iprof.draw and iprof.drawGraph, and we're going to rename those why wouldn't we enable graph? Like what? Come on, bro. Oh, well, there was GL stuff in there, I guess. We'll just deal with it. I don't know what was going on here. Probably messed that up. So is somebody inlined the graph? I don't know. We're going to have to heavily edit this stuff. We're not drawing graph for now. Okay. So we still don't have a zone. It's not a thing. Okay. So we're going to have again let's do this. In main loop, we're just going to add a frickin' zone here. We're whatever it takes, right? We're adding a zone completely at runtime, and then I'll figure out how to offload some of that to compile time, maybe. It's only going to work for one zone. Okay. We have zones, prof zones. Let's just call it zones. Okay. So, I'm going to add a zone, right? Zone.name equals main loop. Zone.hash is crc64 zone.name. I think this is fully pathed. Okay. Something like that. And then how do we enter and leave zones? Prof begin. With a zone index. Okay. Is it not crc64? It is. Boy, look at that. Look at that table. Great. It is line number, weirdly enough. Prof begin, right. So now Wait. I didn't do this. Okay. So this adds a zone. This is going to be zone 1. Okay, this is going to at least be file scope, bro. Okay. See what happens. That's what happens. I should have expected that. Okay. We're comparing strings where one of them is probably null. No, they're just both. They're both the same string that is completely whack. Slot is 1. So I didn't initialize something, right? P is just totally okay. Oh, we're quick sorting. Okay. $101 records. Oh, is a record each time we entered a zone? No, because there should be 1 per zone. Why are there 101? Because I have this weird max depth is 100. But that, I mean, that would seem to be why, but I don't see that. Is it pushing and not popping zones? Well, I would hope not. I mean, it should only go to main loop once per frame anyway. And we crashed, I think, on the first frame. So even if it were doing that, oh, it's update index 1. Oh, that might have been incremented, though. Yeah. Wait, why do we have 101 zones, though? That's strange. Whoops. That's old. How did we get so many zone? Oh, wait, zones.count. No. Okay. I get it. This was something I threw in temporarily. Okay. This is not a thing. I guess that's why we have the max zones. Let's see. So I guess this is max profiling zones. Whoops. Haha. Okay. So prof dummy is just a default that I did. Oh, but yeah, okay. Sometimes you just have to make something. Generally, you have to massage it into the shape you want it to be, right? And I don't even know what that shape is eventually, but we're just going to get there. All right. We're array bounds checking again. Zone global. Okay. Right. We're just assuming. I guess the C version just assumed that many zones were there. Wait, what? I don't want to have to go look at the original iProf to figure out what we screwed up. Okay, look, we have zones. For some reason, we don't have timing in the zones, but we have zones now. That's great. I just closed the Twitch chat window because in window, okay, people were asking what was my idea for an operating system. My idea for an operating system, hear me out here. My idea for an operating system is that it should be obvious and clear which window has the focus and will respond to your keyboard input. Okay? I know this is a revolutionary idea, but I think its time has come. Okay. So we're going to gradually, like, you know, the way that Sean thinks about things tends to be a little bit different from the way I think about things. And then the right way to do things in C is not the right way to do things in this language. So I feel like it's gradually going to end up being pretty different. But we don't want to do all that today. Today we're doing a little bit of restructuring, but we're really also just figuring out what do we do to make this thing work. Okay, so like why now? Why now? This shouldn't matter, but I'm going to put it there instead and see if it changes. I just think we're like not recording the time for some reason. But yeah, I'm not recording the time. Okay. So why? Let's look. Zone begin. Context at thread index not equal to 0. Okay, well that's not right. This was some hard-coded thing for like making sure your metaprogram only like that is some old situation. All right. So do I have advanced graphical profiling? I don't know what counts as advanced. We have like a GPU profiler with all these things. I don't know if that's actually reading numbers from the GPU or not. Okay, so that didn't change anything. I just renamed some variables, no big deal. There's a similar thread index check. Yeah, I was going to look at profn next, but yeah, let's do that. Begin, zone end. Yeah. Yeah. Now the problem is if we returned here, our zone index might be something weird. I guess we'll check this again. When you compile for release, is the profiler excised? Supposed to be. All right, so we still don't. Let's see if the get timestamp function. Why are you including Windows? So that looks okay, although we didn't, you're supposed to do like query performance frequency and all that stuff. But maybe that doesn't matter in this case. Well, I'm not sure what else to do except step through it. Because it's probably something really stupid. I'm going to break there and there. Well, rip. Oh, we have no. Is that because it's marked inline? Let's not do that for now. Oh, well, we're not even compiling. What did I call it? Oh. It certainly does help to actually compile the executable if you want to. All right. It certainly has some total self ticks in it. You only need to query performance frequency when displaying numbers. Yeah, although if I want the first frame to be valid, I should do a query performance counter and like set. Because we're subtracting this from 0 and saying that's how much time it took. So the first frame is always going to be whack. But it isn't 0 and we're displaying 0. Oh, that's for zone global anyway. Okay, so now we're beginning here. Okay, great. Similarly, T self start is that. We never went to zone end. Or we removed our breakpoint. No, there's one there. There's a breakpoint. Oh, because we never exit this until we quit the game, guys. Okay? If you want to succeed in the game industry, end your zone. I thought this was like do one frame, but this is the whole loop. So like, let's actually Emacs. Okay, let's put this in do one frame. That's just a better test case. So if you never call zone end, you're not going to have any numbers. Just as a pro tip. You're not going to have, well, you'll have 0. There we go. That's great. I wish we had more zones, honestly. Okay, so here's the tricky thing. You would have expected it to be at the lexical scope. Yes. Okay, the thing is, static if, hash if, this is not really a scope. And so this is like another syntax question where like, maybe we should not have that be a brace. It's not actually a scope because you want static if to be able to insert things into its outer scope. And so by default. And so maybe this should be like a bracket. I don't know. For now, it's a brace, but it's confusing to people new to the language, especially. Yeah. So this defer is getting inserted here, right? And so it happens at the end of the function. Can I explain why scopes for static if are bad? Because then you wouldn't be able to put anything into the outer scope, which you often want to do. Especially, well, if you want to put a local variable in, you can't do it if you're going to close the scope as soon as you exit the if. There's some other case that's just like this too. I forget. I mean, macros, well, macros are a little different. And if. Anyway, so now the thing is here we have two different parts. We have a part that inits iprof, which I kind of don't want to do. I kind of don't want to have to check for that. But if you fail to init it, I'm going to just say you need to do this at the start of the program, right? And if you fail to init it, then our check already should do that. Now, I mean, what happens if you put zones somewhere, right? We should put this really, really high up. Okay, so we're getting rid of this. Let me just make sure I got rid of that variable. We're going to make a new variable just for the zone. Okay. So now we have a conundrum that might even take us all the way to making new compiler features, right? So we want to make a macro that does this. And the problem is we need a little bit of state because there's this zone index here. Right? Although, instead of passing a zone index, we could like pass the address to a global or something. That could be really ugly. Okay, anyway, what you would like is for there to be some compile time zone index that keeps getting incremented. Wait, how does this work in CIPROF? Does it like create the zone every frame? Counter. Okay. So C has a thing called counter, I guess. All right. So here, the problem is that in order to make sure that there are no surprises when you do compile time execution, we reset all of global space every time you do any compile time execution. So we don't actually currently have a good way to increment an integer unless we do something really crazy. Right? And so one of the features that's on the roadmap eventually is to have like a compile time tag that says, hey, don't reset the value of this, and in fact propagate it into the final program. And that way you could like pre-compute an array at compile time and it wouldn't reset the array after you pre-computed it, right? But we don't have that yet. So one option on the table is to do that. Another option that is very disgusting, but I may do. Like this is, I mean, we're sort of bumping up against the problem that macros are not that powerful yet. But we would like them to be. So like this zone computation stuff, we definitely want that to happen at compile time. And I think we can do that. We're going to do something really gross here. We're going to add a global variable per zone. Just write into a file at compile time and read back. Now that would be disgusting. Yes, that is one of the things I was thinking of when I said doing something really gross and crazy. Is this going to motivate another push for compiler features? Maybe. The problem is, on my laptop right now, I'm in the middle of a really unpleasant compiler refactor that actually, because I started it before my laptop broke, it's been like a month. And the next beta is waiting for it to finish. So I don't want to do anything too huge because that's also like forked from this and like, right. So I kind of want to do the minimal thing here, but whatever is the minimal thing here that's good can like tell us what we would like the macros to do at least, right? So one thing I could do is I could just create a global variable per zone and like do something there. If compile time execution is run in parallel, it is not. It is not run in parallel. But each one does have its own global state, so you could maybe guess that it might, under those rules, it might be able to run in parallel. I don't know. Right. The problem is it's so the shared global thing or the don't erase me global thing I could start to do that now. Um, I just want to try to think of something else to do first. I want to think of my alternatives, right? And I also want to drink some more tea because tea helps you think of alternatives. Do the numbers have to be consecutive? I don't think they have to be. I mean, we would certainly like our compile time execution to be powerful enough that it's not hard to do that, right? And so that's the thing is, in the name of, like, it's one of these funny things, right? When I first started doing compile time execution, I was like, oh man, this is going to be really bad. It's going to be really ill-defined. It's going to be very error prone. Like I started doing it and it's hard to describe, but the original version, it felt kind of like Perl is to program in. Like it was very messy and unstructured. And I was like, nobody's ever going to know what's going on. But because I took that seriously, I started making this structure. So now there's workspaces, and workspaces are completely isolated from each other. They're separate programs, right? And one workspace sort of has, authority over another workspace to put things in it and all these things. And that actually makes it very structured and understandable and controllable and not like Perl. And I don't mean Perl in the sense of compile time execution. I just mean in terms of like, hey, anyone can do anything and it's all great and don't typo a variable name or you're screwed, right? So it feels much more solid than that. But in the process of doing those things, I made it harder to do things that would have been very easy had I not done any of that work. Like had I not done any of that work, you could just increment a global variable and it would just work and it would be fine, right? But we took that away. They're array indices, so you kind of want them to be small, yeah. I mean, we could make it a hash table, honestly. But I'm not sure that's the best idea. But honestly, I'm still thinking about it, and I cannot think of another reasonable thing to do, so it might just be time to go implement this other feature. It's just going to be a little bit annoying. Because, like, it has to go all the way to the back ends, like... the other hand, if we do add this feature, I am sure the beta users will appreciate it when it's checked in. Could you insert a placeholder and then replacing it using a run directive? The question is, what do you replace it with? How do you know how many things there are if there's no global coordination at all? Like, you literally would have to, I mean, do we want to write a file? Do we want to be that stupid for now? We could write a file just to get this working. Just because we can do that at compile time, do we want to just write a file? We'll get iProf working, and then we'll do the compiler feature. Oh my God. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. The problem is, how do you reset the file between compiles without a metaprogram? I mean, we have a metaprogram, so we could do that. We could do all this from the metaprogram, and then we wouldn't have this problem, but I'm trying to do it without that. How can you write a file but not write a global? You can write a global, it's just the global gets reset for every run directive, because otherwise, you know, your run directives might interfere with each other state-wise in some way that they don't expect, like if they use libraries that are common. Okay, we could have line 1 of the file be the process ID. And you hope you don't launch twice in a row with the same process ID. And then you read the process ID. If it matches, you read the next line. If it doesn't match, you reset to 0. You know what? We could do that. I hate it. We're not going to do that. Allocate a named memory block. How do I do that, Sean? That is something that I've never done. And if I can solve this problem and also learn something, that'll be great. Does anyone know what API to look up? So that would be like, if the memory block doesn't exist, create it, set it to 0, otherwise increment. That sounds like a good stopgap. It's not as terrible as writing to a file. Oh, that's somebody just linked me the first page that came up on my search here. Creating named shared memory. First process creates file mapping object by calling create file mapping. Well, the problem is the name seems to be chosen by Windows, which would mean we would have to store it somewhere. Oh, wait, no. No. I'm reading it wrong. This doesn't, let's just look at this. Okay. Great. That's good. Now, if anybody else happens to, on our system, happens to use the same name, then we're screwed, but hopefully not. Okay, this is great. Let's try this. You have to close it each time, and that may free it. Oh, you can't say local to this process, right? Because that's not what it's intended for. Yeah. Okay, new plan. Yeah, is this reference counted in some way? Can't I just virtual alloc at a constant address? It might fail, but maybe it won't. But how do you know if that address exists without crashing? You have to only alloc that address if it's not there. Maybe just write to the file. Oh my God, guys. All right, I hate it. Here's what we do. Index just say stupid get zone index that we must replace with something real eventually. Okay. All right. Okay. What's our process ID? That's not even here. That's a different thing. Get process ID, we haven't done. Get process ID, D word, handle process. Process query information. What do you pass? You want get current process or something? Get current process and get current process ID. Well, let's make those. Oh, we have those. All right, we'll just leave that. So we have get current process ID. Okay. Okay. This is so gross, guys. I forgot about my tea. Could be hosed. Now, I do kind of wonder if there's some kind of flag or some kind of thing that you can set on the shared memory to tell it that it doesn't outlive the master process, right? If you could do that, the shared memory thing would be better. I feel like there must be something like that, because I remember back in the Unix workstation days, we would always have these problems because the machine would run out of memory because some processes would use shared memory and they'd like crash before they freed the shared memory. And that's not really a problem today. So I wonder if maybe we just have too much RAM now, or maybe it actually does get closed. Is it possible to write a bit of metaprogram that only runs once before everything else? If you could do one at beginning and one at end, you could make shared mem work. So for this specific game, I don't have to do any of this stuff that I'm doing because well, I mean, that's a little bit of an overstatement, but for this specific game, we do have a metaprogram running it, right? And so we could do stuff like that. Maybe that's actually fine. Maybe that's better. You know, as a temporary thing, that is better. You know what? Let's do that. And that means that in Windows, we'll add the shared memory stuff, which we should. Yeah, it's a good point. Because I was thinking, but I want to make a thing where you don't need a metaprogram. But yeah, we're just hacking this anyway for now. So we need create file mapping and map view of file. And then we've obviously got close handle and all that. So let's do this. Create file mapping. Oh no, it's A versus W. Here's my idea for an operating system, since people were asking me, what's your idea for an operating system? It wouldn't do A versus W like Windows. It wouldn't use 16-bit characters because that's the worst decision in the universe because it's too small to actually solve a problem. Okay. Right. So we're going to go create file mapping A. By the way, we just, in this language for the Windows API, we just say, you know what? You got to know that there's A versus W and call the one you want because okay, and this is going to be, if I assume that's in kernel 30. How big is kernel 32, by the way? Probably pretty big. Okay, so that's a thing. You can't invent UTF-8 when Unicode says 65 characters is enough for everyone. That's true. I mean, if they really were that sure about that, it doesn't honestly make that much sense to me, but because like just Chinese, just traditional Chinese before you try to do simplified Chinese and all that stuff. I mean, it's at least. I mean, I don't think anybody actually knows how many Chinese characters there really are because it gets more and more, you know, there are certain characters that are only known that were written once or twice, or that survive once or twice. But if you want to represent that book, you need that character. Like, there's a lot of them. Yeah. They thought they could fit everything this is 4K. The DLL is only 720K. Yes. Only 720K worth of function names with small records. It's over 100,000 for esoteric characters. I believe it. Well, and then especially, like if you go to a museum in China or, you know, Taiwan or maybe even any other countries around there, you see what like old Chinese looked like, right? They have lots of surviving scripts that are in, you know, I forget the official name for it, but it's like a version of Chinese. It's like a prototypical version of Chinese that has characters that look way less sophisticated than the modern ones. But like, I don't know how many of those are either, but it might be the same amount. Seal script, that's what I was thinking of. Like, how many Seal script characters are there? And had the Unicode people ever heard of Seal script when they said 64K was enough? We probably don't actually know. Because I'm sure there's a potential of some archaeological expedition to dig some stuff up. And it's like, oh, here's some new Seal script that we didn't realize, right? Yeah, they are little guys. Let me see. Let's look it up. Whoops. Why is it taking so long just to go to images.google? My internet connection sucks. Yeah, this doesn't even look like what I was remembering. This might be a more modern Seal script. Oh, this is what I was remembering. So like this stuff is not modern Chinese, but like you can see the connection. Actually, this is pretty modern right here. Some of it, I think, yeah. Like this stuff, you look at that and you're like, whoa, that looks so different from actual Chinese. You thought it was more like a font? No, I mean, languages change over time, so I'm pretty sure that these don't map one-to-one to modern Chinese characters. I'm pretty sure. I don't actually know. Yeah, and I guess I still use these in modern seals, right? Many map one-to-one? Mm-hmm. How many, though? Anyway, I enjoyed going to museums and looking at these because it's really trippy. It's like, that is so different stylistically from modern Chinese characters. All right. We want to create file mapping and then map view of file. Of course, there's all kinds of map view of file X's. Okay. Do we have size T? Yeah. All right. We don't have LP security attributes. What? Do we have security attributes? Yeah, we do. So the LP thing, I'm not down. Like, we have this interesting conundrum of how much of the Windows weird naming and stuff do we preserve so that you don't get confused when you're like making bindings, and how much do we get rid of? And I think the LP, I don't think we keep that. Okay. Let's bring back this function. It's just not going to read a file. In fact, let's return 0. No, return 1. Great. Okay. So, we're going to say shared memory name is Hello Sailor. Okay. So we want to say is create file mapping invalid handle value null page read write, which we might not have, 0 8, we'll make it an integer, and shared memory name defer unmap view of file wait, where does this buffer? Okay, map view of file. Okay, do we have to do both of these? If we close the handle, shouldn't it unmap the whatever? Defer unmap view of file, close handle, shared memory handle. Okay. Unmap view of file. of the buffer. Okay. Map view of file. Is there like a minimum size? Let's make 256 just so it doesn't freak out. All right, great. I'm going to declare it. Oh, it's create file mapping A. Really? Are we not doing Windows? Wow, we don't import. Okay. I'm just going to put this all here, even though it doesn't need to be global. Okay. File map all access. I knew it. Winbase.h 2400 baud. Okay. Whoops. Whoops. Unmap view of file. We didn't do that one. Okay. Does that just take a handle? No. Let's look it up. Let's not guess. You know, let's document a little bit of what we're doing. Add shared memory function bindings to modules. Windows. Okay, I already said we're working on iProf here. Okay. Can't type. Cannot type. All right. Oh wait, we don't want to look at the run. We want to look here. Shared memory buffer is void. Why did I print void? Am I not returning from map view of file? Wait, what? I bet it's pointer to void. I bet it's LP void. And I put void. Right? LP void. LP void is different than void. Whoops. Okay, we got an actual pointer. So let's initialize that. And at the end, we'll say we can see how many zones people did because it's shared memory, even though it's only in our process. All right, so nobody's using this right now. So iProf final zone count is 0, but we will go use it. All right? Okay. So does the other person also just call map view of file the same way? Yes. Okay. So the same thing that we did. Oh. We need this. Okay. How, wait, how does the second like this documentation is very, like, it's saying, here's how you make it. Okay, here we go. I was like, I forgot there was more of the page. Open file mapping. So we need another thing. Shared memory handle is open file mapping A of file map all access. False and the name. Okay. And actually, let's just do this. Okay. So we're just going to leak the handle, and we're just going to do this. Map a view, shared memory handle. Same thing. Let's just write this part, right? And then increment first to skip 0 because 0 is reserved for the global zone. All right. Something like that. So we need open file mapping A. This is taking a lot longer than doing the actual file would have, because we don't have bindings for these. But the good thing is we're making the bindings so that other people will be able to use them. Okay, open file mapping A. This is so sloppy that these like aren't typed. Like just make that a type. Whoops. Keep putting my fingers on the wrong keys. Someday I'll get it right. All right. False. Okay. Oh, it's an enum. I could do this. Shared memory size. Oh. I guess this can be whatever, as long as it's less than... Oh, wait. Let's check that it worked from our printfs. Hey, iProf final zone count is 1. You don't want to generate not shared memory buffer test, don't you want to? And every time you create a zone prologue, open shared memory buffer. That is what I'm doing. Okay, so this function, this stupid zone index function, gets called at compile time. Okay, by, let's go back to here, I think. So this is a run directive, right? So the run directive says do this at compile time. That'll return a 32-bit signed integer that we just bind to this, right? So then at actual runtime, we just call this. You know what I'm saying? So then, maybe we just have these zones be the max number of, what's the not shared memory buffer? Oh, you are right. You are correct, sir. So we just have to do this, right? And then maybe I'll close file mapping. Oh, God, I'm going to do this. It seems so redundant to me, but whatever. Okay. So that is what we have to do, because the whole point, for people who are not following along like me, the whole point was that we don't have persistent global variables between run directives. So even though I stored this, it would get reset every time anyway. So that's kind of pointless. Close. Is it just close handle? What is it? Close handle. Okay, so now we should be able to do this. This was really gross and stupid, but it is what it is. Okay. So the next thought that I have is like we want to init the zone in some way. All this stuff is in some sense easier from the metaprogram, because the metaprogram just outputs an array of zones. Like you just add a bunch of code that inits the zones, or you just output a static array. But here, where you're putting one at a time, we can't do that. And again, we don't have the ability to write into an array that gets preserved to runtime. And so the question is, what do we do? We could just do this every time for now, and it'll just be slow, but it'll work. Oh, we're putting the wrong location in here, by the way. And we don't have a way to say the function that we're in. That's not an expression that we have right now. But we can just put this. This'll, yeah. There are many, many issues, but that's okay. So let's just init the zone every time. And the number of zones will just be the max number of zones. All right. So we're going to do this and this, and we're going to say which means, well, no, it's fine. We could actually have the metaprogram output whatever is the maximum number that reaches back to here. And then we could use that number to emit exactly the right number of zones. We're not going to do that right now. We have bigger fish to fry. So so what does iProf do for this? Like, what does C version of iProf do for initting the zone? I feel like we shouldn't be less powerful than C when it comes to this. Okay. Right. So we need in our init here. Didn't I put a no check in? Yeah. We actually need to do this for zones as well. And you know what? I'm going to resize caches, rename underscore caches to caches. I don't know why it's underscore. Okay. Whoops. Assertion failed. Oh. No, that's not right. That's just a faulty. Okay. Faulty. Okay. All right. So now we should be back after all that work. We should be back where we were before, doing exactly. Oh, except we're outputting all the non-initialized zones as empty. We'll deal with that later. It caches in a static and allocates lazily the first time called. But so after that, you just check you have an if statement at runtime that always evaluates to false, so it branch predicts well. Is that the deal? So I would like to do it without even that, which should be not hard. Once we beef up some things here. Can't you just use your shared memory final state for the zone's array size? No, because the way that I'm doing this here with these isolated run directives, there's no way to control what order they run in. You could easily imagine that you could say run priority equals 5 or whatever, or order equals 5. I just didn't want to do that because I want to see how much can we do without introducing complexities like that. So again, this is a sort of thing where, you know, from outside the program, you can easily see that all the run directives finished, and this is how many incremented that thing, etc. Okay, let's put this in a macro now. And who knows, like macros might break, like, okay, let's just say do zone, do one frame, all right? Whoops. It's really interesting how, like, we already had this working for external injection, but just making it more real. Making it more real and making it a little more versatile so you could do it automatic or manual. It's just different. All right, so we make an index. We do this. We do the name. We do the name. Hopefully all that works. Like, we're not displaying the file name or line right now, but this should be there. Okay, still should be the same. Okay, do one frame. It's got numbers. All right, so now we should be able to do another zone. That's what we've been working up to, right? So let's look at some things that we call like read input, probably not that interesting. Well, draw, right? What's our main draw function? Oh, let's do that. Let's do draw promised beams. We're doing this manually for right now. And then our draw game 3D. We have profiling capability. Now, can I not have to say the name? I think so. I think it's a little bit, I think we need to use another run directive, which is annoying, but I think we can do it. That's a lot of time. Yes. It is a debug build. It is not only debug build, it's my x64 backend debug build, which is like doesn't use registers for anything except the minimum that you possibly could. Is it skinning on CPU? Yes. And it's doing like matrix inversions and like the skinning has to get refactored. Let's put it that way. All these things add up. But this is the thing, right? This is why I wanted to get profiling online, is because I know there's a bunch of things that are probably slow, but I don't know what's like dominates, right? And that's always why you have to profile, is to know what's really taking the time and why. Yeah. I mean, we could be array bounds checking everything somewhere in debug build in a really, okay. So here's how much it actually is taking right now, which is still more than it should for this scene. Like, we do this really slow state marshaling for every entity. Like, there are in this level, 218 entities, some of which are not visible, but we do a bunch of stuff per entity and all that, which will get done better later. Are the characters really high poly? Oh, no, you know what? I lied. We're not skinning on the CPU. We are not. We are, I'm doing the bones on the CPU, right? But we're not actually skinning the vertices on the CPU. That is in the GPU. It's just what we do every time we draw a mesh is a lot. It's just kind of insane. Camera's making you dizzy. Yeah, I didn't set these settings. This is someone going crazy with the frickin' camera. This should be outlawed. It's way too much. Calling draw entities opaque twice per frame. Yeah, it's that is probably shadows and then regular. Okay. This has been successful so far. So I believe I could avoid passing the name. It's just, again, it's kind of stupid. Let me see. No, because we can say hash location to get the current location. We cannot, that doesn't have a function name in it. And there's no way to say current function. I mean, yeah. So we can leave it this way for now, and it's just a little bit annoying. And we'll make it better later. Because I want to have a thing, even for just like recursion or something. You want to be able to say my current function, right? You want to be able to say, call my current function with these arguments, and then if you rename the function, you don't have to rename the recursive calls and stuff, right? Okay, the problem with that the metaprogram can extract the function name, but again, and that's what it did before when we hooked up to the profiler, but from inside the macro, we cannot do that. And that's sort of like, what I'm doing is I'm poking at the current system and being like, yeah, I kind of know these are where the weaknesses are. So let me try to do something real without the metaprogram to see what we need to do, right? That's all. And so, like, in C, it's easy, right? Or you didn't have this originally in C, but they eventually added all these preprocessor declarations or definitions. And one of them is, what is the current function, right? We don't want to resort to that. We could resort to that, but we'd rather not if we don't have to. We'd rather be most versatile. Now, the question is, I don't exactly know what's the best way to do it. One thing we could do is have a function name inside source code location, like If you happen to be inside a function, it tells you the name. Otherwise, it's null. That might be useful. Oh, wait. No, we can do this with the stack trace. We already can do this. It's stupid again. All right. We're going to go to do zone, and we're not going to use lowercase name. You know what? Let's just put all the iProf stuff in the same place rather than going back between files. Okay. So if this works, we'll take out the parameter. So we're going to say stupid get procedure name. I think we're guaranteed that this is not null. So return caller.info.name. Semicolon. Oh, yeah, we did not use semicolons every day. Whoa, okay. Oh. I think we have a bug returning strings. You have no idea how the stack trace is supposed to do the right thing during run. It's not actually being called by that function, is it? The stack trace stuff is it's injected at the bytecode level into these procedures. So if you can run it, it'll do the stack trace. The whole goal for this language is that everything's the same, compile time and runtime, right? That said, there might be bugs in the implementation in like bytecode or something right now. That could be the problem. Let's see. That's a... Oh, wait. Yeah, I think it's crashing. I think it's, let's see. I might be wrong about caller is, wait, what? Caller.info. Oh, maybe the procedure info is not allocated until the end of compilation. In which case, this doesn't actually help us. Okay, you know what? You know what? We use semicolons every day. Okay, so that worked. I'm not quite sure why we have two draw game 3Ds, but we do. Maybe we do have two different overloads and I put zones into both of them. I don't know. We'll take a look. Okay, so all I did was I got this at runtime instead of compile time. I could actually make this work, but I'm not going to sweat because the compiler has the info by the time you get here. It just hasn't packed the global table for that. Which maybe we should, honestly. That's something that'll come up again later, though, so I'm not going to sweat it right now. I'm just going to try to get this job done. So let's say profile zone, no argument. All right. And in draw, you know what? I probably didn't change the name correctly. Maybe I did. I don't know why we had two draw game 3Ds, but that could be an artifact of some other bug that we have. I don't know. Okay, so we are successfully getting the names. You just don't understand why the stack trace isn't of the compile time stack. Oh, you know, you're right. It was of the compile time stack. So that wouldn't have helped. You are correct. I was confused. Yes. Okay. So actually, let's be clear about what it actually would have been. Like, I program a lot by intuition, and when I'm doing things I'm not used to, I just do the wrong thing without thinking about it, right? So what actually... So when you say... So we had this, right? When you say this, what happens is this part after the run gets compiled into an anonymous function, and then that anonymous function would call this. So if this is looking at the caller, it would get some anonymous function. It wouldn't get the actual place that's instantiating this macro, because that doesn't run at compile time. That is completely correct. Yes. Okay. So we can at least do this. Oh. We could have some other initialized flag, because what if the name is the empty string or something? But yeah, let's do that. So we're going to do that, and then later we're going to work toward just having this happen at compile time no matter what, and we won't worry about it. Okay, so we need to add that. All right. So that should still work. Move call to stupid get procedure name inside the if. Well, I mean, that's just your opinion, man. It's for some reason didn't work anyway. It should have worked either way. See Benyazu. Zone invert zone dot in. Oh right, thank you. See, so easy to get things wrong. Just one little exclamation point. All right. We don't know why there's an extra draw game 3D, but I assume that that's because of some reason. Okay, let's put some more zones. Yeah, okay. Put one there. Let's put one in can go. And one in enact move. And one in here. Okay. I guess our other guys aren't even getting called, so they're not showing up. But they do when I actually move them. Holy crap, enact next buffer move is... Oh wait, no, okay. When it first shows up, it thinks, I don't know, it's like not initialized or something. It thought it was a long time. Or maybe under some cases it like takes milliseconds. I don't know. It also says there are 2 calls to draw game 3D. We've mentioned that like 5 times in the past 5 minutes. The different colors mean something. So the whether it's red or white is supposed to tell you about variance. So if it's white, it has very unstable performance. And if it's red, it has very consistent performance. And you can see that just by looking at the digits as well. It's probably the same shadow, non-shadow thing. Maybe. I don't think... I mean, there's... Oh. No, there's some other render mode. There's a Z buffer priming render mode. That's probably what it is. I don't know why it is registered as a different zone, though. You know what I'm saying? Talking about count equals 2 for one of the rows. Yeah, I mean, I understand the count equals 2. I don't understand the last draw game 3D right now. This is good though, because already, even though this isn't shippable or anything, I now have performance data about my game. I can't even, though, like we have no keyboard control yet. I want to think about that because like we have key map files, right? So maybe that's a thing that we could do. So we have this key map file, and we kind of want to say, well, here's also controls for iProf if iProf is up, right? And usually that's where you start getting into code and all that, right? But I wonder if we can have like variables in this file format where we say like, I don't know, like if whatever, you have something that says whatever, iProf visible or, you know, default or whatever, right? And then it just checks whether those states are true, and it would sort of fall through from top to bottom. I don't know. I haven't thought about this. Does anyone know, does anyone else that you know of do anything smart for this? Where you handle in a data-driven key map like the modalness of that. The alternative is to have a totally separate key map, right? Have a file called iprof.keymap that the game only uses when iprof is up. And if that's not handled, then it does the other. We could do that. That might be better than tainting the core system here. It's just, we already have like a separate editor.keymap and like keymap files. Whoops. They seem like they would start to proliferate, right? And you'd rather just say, if you're in the editor, do this stuff, right? I think. But then you kind of have to say, is everything else after this valid or not? You could have a little notation for that, I guess. For the second row problem, maybe you could print the zone indices you're getting at compile time. Yes, that could work. Wait. Okay. I don't see global on there. Right? So that's probably global. It just got its name stomped somehow. Does anyone have learned experience about what I should do with these key maps? Because I honestly think that's the next step. Maybe the next step is actually making sure I can turn iProf off or something, and then check that in, and then do key maps. kind of thinking of some wacky things we could do. You think global intentionally doesn't show? If it was global, it would have the biggest error number. But it did show before. Although you're right, if that was the global zone, it would have a bigger number. That is true. See if I'm defining two zones in there. I don't think I was. Like, let's see. This one's in draw game 3D. That's in the next function. So that is the only one there. So I don't know. Why are people linking me to weird auto hotkey things? What? Maybe something's inline. Oh. It's possible. It's quite possible. Very quite possible. Although this is a debug build right now. Like, and it says final zone count is 8, although some of those won't show up because they won't be entered at all. Do I have any aversion to AHK? Do you understand what we're doing? Like, guys, this is a video game that we are developing that, like, you don't want to have to install tons of third-party software to do something trivial like a key map, especially if that key map system is used by your players. Am I going to ship auto hotkey on a PlayStation 6? Like, what are you talking about? You meant in general, not in relation to the game. I don't use it, so I don't know. Like, is auto hotkey gonna know the internal state variables of the game? No, right? So that's not an appropriate solution for this at all. I guess for now, we're gonna do it the same way we did the editor. Again, that's programming sometimes, right? Is you just knock down your problems one by one. And yeah, okay. First, we make it so that we can turn off iProf. And then we'll check this in. Okay, we're going to do something weird that I've never done before. We're going to do this. And then instead of ifing developer, or like instead of ifing developer or having to set some other variable like iProf enabled, because you might want to enable or disable that, I'm just going to let people say if iProf. The question is, I don't actually know if that works on a module right now. If not, I'm not going to sweat it. Oh, we don't even load that file. So actually, what we maybe need here is instead we just need this. Okay. Declared identifier. Okay. So let's actually try this. See if I can do this. Yeah. Oh. No, it does work. But static if doesn't think void is false, which I thought I made that, but maybe it isn't. Oh God. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, well, I'm sorry for everybody who can't chat right now, but the robots made me do it. So, what was I doing before the robots showed up? Oh, we're doing this. Let's try defining iProf to 0 instead of void. Okay, now we just don't have a draw CPU performance. Hey! Okay, well now we have no iProf. And then we go do this. And then we have iProf. How did I do that? You have options to change chat stuff. All right. Now, because we changed a module and we don't yet isolate modules from programs, let's run our tests. And while those are running, let's go over here and get rid of these prints. I don't think any of the modules or any of the tests use iProf, which is why it's sort of rotted. Okay. You know, the other thing we could do, instead of implementing the thing where you tag certain globals as not resetting, we could tag those run directives as not. No, we couldn't, because then other run directives that go in between. Never mind. Okay, all our tests passed. Oh, this is not right. I was just trying to isolate that from the rest of the program. But that messed up the defer. Okay. And then this stuff all, I guess, can go in there as well, right? Like, I forget why I made the, oh, maybe it was just for the import, but I think we fixed, yeah. So imports can be local. Great. In fact, I could, let's namespace this so we don't dump a bunch of crap into our namespace. Oh, geez. Right, all of these. See, if these were enums, we wouldn't have to do this. All right. Did I play The Last of Us 2? People ask me about this game every day. Wait, now we have global. People, just like we use semicolons every day, apparently people have to ask me about The Last of Us 2 every day. I do not care. It's the least interesting game to me of anything, period. Well, not the absolute least possible, but it's very much not something I want to play. Why aren't they enums? Because they're Win API stuff, and we don't really want to change too much what they are, because then people will be confused when they try to use it. Don't I like narrative-driven games at all? Pretty much no. Pretty much no. If somebody made a narrative-driven game that was actually good at story relative to other storytelling media, then I might enjoy it. But I've never seen such a thing. Did I ever try the Wander MMO? I don't know what that is. Isn't Braid narrative-driven? No. It's a puzzle game, dude. Having story bits is not the same as being the purpose of your game to be a movie. So yeah, I have seriously no interest in that game. Have I tried 30 Flights of Loving? Yeah, like 10 years ago. What do I think of Animals Crossing? I think they better not get hit by cars. All right. I mean, if you want to waste your life playing games that just tell you exercises to do, not even exercises, tell you chores to do, and then you do them, and then you feel good because you did a video game chore instead of a real life chore that you need to do, then be my guest, but it's not... I did like playing Crossy Road for a little bit. I mean, it's not the kind of game you can play for a really long time, but, you know. So I didn't play Detroit? No. Why would I play Detroit? Okay. Okay. Let's actually make this even much more clear. And let's check in. Uh-oh, we have no check-in. Oh, yeah. Let's just say, Sean, what do you think? Should we use RDTSCP or whatever it is? Or should we stay query performance counter? Is RDTSC, etc. useless now? I don't actually know. I mean, I could try that real fast. We have an intrinsic now. I forget the difference between that and SCP. I guess with RDT SCP, monsters might break out of jail and attack you. Oh, and processor ID. Yeah. I don't know. Okay. All the speed step stuff is long gone. Yeah. So let's just do this. Return RDT SC. And I mean, I guess we can do this for now. Let's try that. I wanted S64 given U64. Oh, I think we have this turned off, right? Oh, no. I mean, it looks like it's working. How does that get normalized? How do we get the wall clock time? How do we go from ticks to... Okay. Okay, we just call... Okay, right there. Gotcha. So yeah, it really doesn't matter what the timestamp unit is. So basically, for everyone who doesn't know what the hell is going on, this you want to just be some fast way of getting a timestamp. And then here, once per frame, you do a slow way of getting a timestamp. And then you just do the divide once to like normalize the duration. How are you profiling OpenGL? I don't know. I didn't do that part. Does inline mean always inline the thing? Yeah, it's supposed to mean that. We just haven't quite finished that part yet. But here, honestly, I'm just going to... because this is happening all the time. Oh, we didn't inline zone start and zone end either. I'm just going to make this directly. I don't know why I said thread there. This is a local variable. Maybe it wasn't originally. Let's call it ticks. Okay. Why do we store that? These were static locals to prof update in the C version, but when we support with affecting the... Does anyone use that? No. So, it's... I don't remember why it was static, but... Okay. So let's inline this and inline this. Okay. So I'm going to disable iProf. We're going to check in Sokoban. Well, we'll check in our iProf changes. We'll check in our Sokoban changes. And then we'll start doing key map stuff. Actually, no. The only reason I can do this part real fast. So let's just do this, and then so here, that actually should work because I think I did the key binding before. The global key binding that toggles this should be F6, right? So like F5 is our GPU profiler, which is, I guess, a separate thing. I don't know. F6 is just iProf. Okay, so this is great. So like it's profiling, but not going to bother anyone, I don't think. So we'll check that in. Hope I didn't forget to add a file. I did. I did. Oh, and there's a no check-in in there. Oh, all this GL stuff, which we've established we don't really need. Well, this is all graph anyway, but this like scissor and whatever, like, no. Well, we can leave that commented out to remind us. And then this thing, we need to pass in the font height to this function is all, so that we know how big to make that rectangle. All right. Okay. Still, I missed one. I missed 3. Okay, so finally we have that checked in. And now we do this. And of course there's still we'll see that when we do our Cody code. Our Commander Cody code. Come on, bro. I went crazy with no check-ins. So this CRC was for this stuff, right? Let's do that. All right. Finally. All right. This is all good. We have made good progress. Okay, key map. I'm going to make a separate file and be annoyed. But we'll do it. So, what are the things that we want to control? We'll use exactly these bindings. Scaling, frame history stuff, time modes. Okay, that's weird. We're not going to want these to be on the function keys because our other function keys do all these things. And you kind of just want to leave them for modes, but maybe like shift function key, right? Or maybe number keys, just number keys, right? That would be fine. Let's turn on some light. Okay, we're going to make a key map file. This is going to be a little bit goofy because the way that we do key maps is we do bindings for all of these. We would make a function for each of these things, but it is what it is. Okay. Let's start that part. So the toggling visibility, the get next event, we just delete all that stuff. Okay. So we're going to say profile pause what a butt pain. I mean, at some point you kind of start to wonder, how good is that? But, it's fine. And this is like iprof dot. I'm sure this is iprof dot, right? Probably. We're going to probably be renaming some of these things slightly. Okay. And then I mean, I could make one function that does a report mode that, no. Okay. Or maybe that's on us. I think it's ours. Okay. Okay. I hate it when you end up just, oops. Like when you write a lot of code that's basically very thin glue like this, it's not great. Like I almost feel like, well, I don't know. Like maybe the the line of abstraction should be somewhere slightly different, but I don't know where to make it better. Profile history plus history. Oh, thank you. Okay. So then we'll do the mouse button stuff later because we don't have mouse positions yet. That's what gets done by this down here. So we're going to make sure first that all this compiles, and then we'll do a key map and all that stuff. Oh, prof move cursor. That's probably not going to be called the right thing. Okay. Okay. Is that not... I guess that's our thing that we did, right? Or not? I guess we want to put that in iProf still. Get current graph scaling. That's a... Oh, yeah. Hey, all right. Well, we're still not going to be able to control anything because we do not have this hooked up to a key map. Okay. Now, it's going to be weird. I mean, I guess for now, we'll put it on the arrow keys. Yeah, we'll see. All right. So now. Let's not bother having a local for this. Well, yeah. We really want to put this into one. Okay. So basically, the reason there are these locals is the top one, the non-local one, is the official default key bindings that get checked in with the game, and everybody uses those by default. But if you don't like those, you can make your own that doesn't get checked in, right? So nobody else sees your local, but you can make that whatever bindings you want. We have Unary Plus. Yes, amazing new feature announcement, Unary Plus. All right. Where does these... I forget how I did these things. Oh God, it's all in the meta program. Yuck. Extra reason not to have all these key maps. I mean, I guess it's fine. So it's kind of yucky. Okay. Why is it called register key map? I guess that was the first one to go. So this is the meta program that scans the program for these notations, and it puts them in these different places. And then here, we forgot to do this for gameplay. Okay. Maybe that's undeclared identifier, iProf key map. There's developer key map, we'll put it there. Player control for some reason. Every once in a while, like one file sort of becomes my agglomeration of things. And this is one of those. You know what? Okay. Well, let's see if we get registration errors or if we're okay. Oh, well, there's no iProf key map yet. You know, video games, you can just keep making them better and better, and you can just keep making the engines better and better. It just really never stops until you die. Or until you make $2 billion and go to Ibiza with famous DJs and take drugs all the time. That too. That's one way that it can stop. Haven't I heard you're not supposed to program for more than 2 hours per day? I hear that's gatekeeping and male patriarchy. Yes, yeah. I mean, Oh, are people mad at somebody saying you should work a lot? That's a bummer. I mean, the thing you have to realize is people get unrealistic pictures of the game industry. So there have been a couple scandals in the game industry about people working way, way too hard, right? Like crunching for years. And that has been true sometimes. There have been abusive work environments, but because there's been news about that, like people think that's what the entire game industry is like, and it's not, right? It's to the point where when I posted the fake pee bottle picture a couple weeks before The Witness came out, people thought I was serious. People thought that I was actually peeing in a bottle so that I could spend more time in front of my computer, because it doesn't take a guy more than 45 seconds to get up and go pee, right? Like, that's just how it is. Pretend it was an act. The pee bottle is in the game. Of course it was not real. It was a prop. Or maybe it was my real pee bottle that I then put in the game to commemorate how hard I worked on the game. No, a number of people were very upset on Twitter that I was promoting unhealthy work practices. It was crazy. You hope Elon doesn't end up peeing in bottles? What do you think you have to do on the rocket to Mars, man? You can't just pee out in the open. It's not how that works. Okay. So we're going to take all these functions, put them in the key map. Wish you could reread the tweets I wrote when I was excited coming up with the challenge. Yeah, I think they're long ago deleted, because I keep trying to put my Twitter on auto delete, and then the auto delete services keep failing due to, like, you know, cookie changes or I don't know what. But I did back up my tweets at some point, but then I don't know if I saved them anywhere. I did enjoy coming up with the challenge, though. That was good times. I was having fun with that. I don't remember tweeting about it, but I would believe that I did. Okay. Space maybe. Minus equals that there. Let's put some more space in here. Okay. Let's see what these bindings used to be. We'll delete them as we get them paused. Minus equals bracket bracket. F1, F1, F2. So we'll make 1, 2, 3, 4. F10, I guess, was nothing. F11. Put that on 9. Put that on G. Or no. Wait, graph is visible. That'll be on G. That'll be on Shift G. I don't know. Cursor previous is, what do we call this? just arrow right, arrow left, arrow right, arrow up, arrow down. Okay, so something like that should work for us. Oops. Internet Archive doesn't forget. All right. Well, okay, nobody's ever using the iProf key map, so all that stuff I did will not do anything yet. Okay. Where do we use these? What does this run? Oh, yeah. We'll give it the ability. So one of the things you can do is run console commands through the key map. And it just calls this procedure to, you know. All right. Actually, let's do this. Whoops. Because we're saying these are if iProf then what? So at some point we decide which key map to use based on what mode we're in. Key map handle event. Okay. Right. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to go if iProf and then if that was handled. See, we don't ever tell you if it was handled. I actually want to factor this key map thing out into a module that people could use because I think it's general enough now. Which would be a fun stream. But I think I'd want to do the other thing first that I was talking about combining the key maps. Okay. Handle event. It's not a keyboard event. We bail. Keyboard event actually includes mouse events and stuff. I think. Anyway. We'll just return true, even though we don't do something on a key release. we're going to just sort of, yeah. All right. Let's do this. I don't like these deep nestings. All right. That's fine. It's a little weird, but it's fine. Okay, well, actually, I was incorrect because we're running that even when iProf is not visible, which is wrong. Wrong! Getting a P85D delivered tomorrow. Dude, in some sense, like, I like my Tesla that I've had for 10 years, which is actually not that expensive of a car when you think about it. That it's a little expensive, honestly, but like, I can't charge very fast, man. I can't take it on road trips. Whereas if I had a modern Tesla, I could. But I am a broke-ass indie game developer with a 10-year-old car. Okay. We want to do... what was it called? Oh, it was called Debug Draw CPU Performance. If this, handled is that, if handled, continue. All right. Oh. Hold out for the Cybertruck. I'm holding out for the new Roadster. But it's still going to be a while before they do that. Hope I didn't put the activate iProf key in the iProf key map. I didn't. All right. See what happens. Ready? It worked the first time, except my bindings are crossed. I wanted this to be up and down. My up and down and left and right are crossed. And the problem is we're not handling 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if I tap those in iProf, they're not handled, and then we fall back and it goes to the main game handling, which is like, you know, go to different levels. So let's do that. Let's like, let's just say, let's just make a thing you can do. So again, colon means run a console command. We're just going to have a console command called unbound key that doesn't do anything. right? Or this could be a feature of the key map. Like silent ignore but claim you handled it. All right. You know, I really like how much progress I can make when I'm just happy in programming and not really having to deal with anyone else's janky universe. Okay. So right now I'm pressing right and left. I want this to be like up and down because that's visually what it is. So I don't know why I put that backwards, but I did. All right. Oh, I didn't have to restart that, by the way. These are hot loaded. We could actually check that. This is great. This is great, man. We just got to instrument some more zones. I hit parent on that. And it goes nowhere, but maybe that's correct. Sean, do you ever use iProf still? Or do you do your own thing at RAD? Or do you use some internal RAD tool situation? Like you had two different internal profiler stuff you're doing now isn't interactive. Yeah, okay. I use telemetry, but for me, I like having both things because like telemetry is kind of like premeditated, right? It's like I want to spend some time profiling my game now, and then you run it in telemetry mode, and then stuff happens, which is very useful. And in fact, we should make telemetry bindings. I've thought about that, but I haven't looked into it. I don't know what's in the telemetry header files and how hard that would be to duplicate. I don't know if they're just very thin calls into functions in telemetry or if we'd have to port a bunch of stuff. But like that's one thing. But sometimes you're just in a game and you weren't thinking about profiling, but you're like, why is this level so slow? Right? And you just want to know right now, why is this level so slow? And this kind of thing is very good for that, right? For games at home, you've never needed a profile. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like Promised is not exactly... Modern computers are plenty fast to run that, I guess, is what I'm saying. Yeah, something happened. Let me look at the history. Although we're not drawing the graph right now, so that's the next thing that we could do. We are saving the history, though. Bam. That's working. Okay. Wow, this is really interesting, right? Because like, so I've used iProf before we definitely used it in the Witness. I might have used it in Braid, but then some of the stuff in iProf is from the Game Developer Magazine article that I wrote in like 2000 or 2001. Like just the stuff about I forget what the differences were. The stuff about coloring it white or not is stuff that I did. The hierarchical, I think Sean did because I don't think I did hierarchical profiling. I think it was just a very stupid like drop the number in the slot. But like it's really interesting that this goes back that far. It's kind of crazy. It's at least 20 years or approximately 20 years. And like, I sort of have a bad self-opinion of what I was doing in life at that time, like Indie Game Barn time. Sean knows what I'm talking about here. Like I sort of didn't get anything major done for a couple years. But I think I did those Game Developer Magazines articles at that time, and that, you know, part of that, I'm using it right now. So it's kind of funny. I think an upgrade to the graphics should happen at some point, but I'm not sure what exactly. Naming them zones was my convention? Okay. Yeah, I don't remember that much about it. I just remember, like, it was so weird. Like, back then, I guess AAA games probably had interactive profilers, but the other like indie developers that I know just kind of had weird stuff. Like Chris had his thing that I think he still uses to this day that just like draws a colored bar along the bottom of the screen of what's the frame rate right now, and that's all the information that you got. And it wasn't even numbers, it was just like count how many gradations of the bar. Chris used iProf and Spore. Okay. Okay, cool. When I was still talking to him about Spy Party, he still used his like bar profiler in Spy Party. I don't think he had iProf in there. Maybe he did. Maybe he had it also. Yeah, the other thing that was good, that Sean had a better sense for than me back in the Indie Game Barn days, is just for reusability. So as I recall, my original game developer stuff, it was a C++ class, right? Which meant you couldn't use it from C or very easily from other languages. And you just kind of had to buy into C++ a little bit to use it. So I think that's the other thing Sean did, was rewrite it into C, which just made it a lot more usable. Whereas my idea of reusable at that point was like, oh, if it's collected into a nice C++ class, then it's easy to read and use, right? But that was the wrong thing, for sure. Hierarchical thing, it was something you came up with that was better than the standard prof, gprof hierarchical stuff at the time. Yeah, totally. And in fact, like, honestly, it's not like I thought about it forever, but when I sat down to do the original profiler, I was like, I don't know how to do it in any kind of like, you know, of course you don't want to be slow if you're injecting this thing into all these procedures. And I was like, I kind of want hierarchical stuff, because there was like prof, or even like vtune existed back then, I think, and it gave you hierarchical data. But I was like, I don't know how to do that fast. But then Sean figured it out. So, yeah. I mean, the iProf that exists today is probably 85% Sean's code, or 90%. But it's just cute that my contribution's still in there. Okay. So let's get the graph going. Right now, let's test hot loading, right? How do we test hot loading? Let's bind 7 to profile history plus. And you guys won't know this, but I'm hitting 7 right now, and it's working. All right, so then I'm hitting, bracket. Let's go back a bit. And then I'm going to unbind this. I'm going to bind this back to unbound key, and now I'm hitting 7 again. Nope. And you can see in the console, non-catalog asset change, data iprof.keymap. Whoops. This is all working great. People are snooping all the names on the petition to not dock Scott Alexander. Okay. Last I checked, there were hundreds of names, and that was early. Does the performance data include time spent in function prologue epilogue? That would probably be included in your parents' time, because all iProf knows about within a zone is what's between the start of the zone and the end of the zone. So interior to that zone, no, but exterior to that zone, inside the parent zone, yes. All right. You're getting Trojan warnings from silverspaceship.com. That's not good. Okay. It's 8 p.m. already. It's kind of crazy. How is it 8 p.m. already? Okay, so graph. We want the graph to happen. Oh, I think if I hit G right now, which is supposed to toggle the visibility, it will not do anything. Oh, we already have that bound to animation graph. But that's when this isn't right. So this is fine. We do not draw anything. So let's just draw the background, right? And let's toggle it visible to begin with. Oh, it is visible to begin with. Okay. So we call draw graph. And we want to pass the text height actually. The height of the font. Yeah. I guess just that font size. Should it be flat? I'm being very inconsistent about what's a float and what's not. All right, so there we go. And then we can do some of this stuff, and we can draw the rectangle and print the text. So let's see what that does. Tried to immediate flush when no shader was set. Drat. That's a little weird. I mean, just don't do anything. All right. Refresh transform. Set matrix for entities. Oh. Wait, what? Did we like hose something? Okay, we already know num immediate vertices is non-zero, by the way, bro. Okay, we just must not have immediate flushed at the end of this. Oh, come on, really? Let's actually, just to be sure, let's put this out here, but I guess that wasn't the problem. This is why I hate graphics programming right here. Actually, no. The black screen with no triangle is the #1 reason I hate graphics programming. But this is up there. Okay. Render target GL. Check frame buffer status. Like what? Oh, maybe it's that we're setting the shader to null. And that's bad. Let's see. Okay, we can delete all this stuff, by the way. Not this mouse stuff yet. Oh, wait. We also had mouse button stuff, right? Yeah. We want to leave the mouse button stuff. We haven't bound that yet. Okay. Wait, the word shader doesn't even occur. I don't think it could possibly happen here. Yeah. Okay, why is this? That should not be a thing. That's not going to matter, but wait, and then we don't call graph proc. Why not? This is when you don't like that OpenGL uses GL enable. So like all this stuff, what? This is not. Oh, this was our user level. I see. But we should be passing that in. I guess we folded that in at some point, and we really shouldn't have. Okay. Wait, do we really graph every zone? I feel like I should just, this should belong to iProf, and we should just call a function for each segment right now. Because this isn't really logic that people are going to, I mean, it's a little bit stupid to do a function per segment, but we'll do a line proc. Except that I don't know, man. Emacs, you are bad at being an editor, Emacs. Okay. Right. This is going to be line proc, and line proc for now is not going to do anything because we just want to compile again. What are we using IW for? Oh. Lol. What? Why does this work? Who is importing GL, by the way? Right there. There should be no GL in this frickin' file. Nor Windows. There shouldn't be any of that stuff. Shouldn't be frickin' iProf. Shouldn't be input. Okay. Great. So, will we do something now? We probably still have that bug, the same bug that we had. Let's see. Nope. All right, we've got a graph with no lines. But that's good. And we can toggle graph bigness. See that? That's pretty good. Okay. Now, I think I could just draw a quad, right? Because it's not, yeah. I think we just do that. Did I get any mail from Nintendo? No, I did not. Hey, check it out. Okay. We do not have scissor, but you know. Oh, we got a big spike there. It's pretty good, right? Let me see your Rust game engine that does all this, bro. So next we got to hook up cursor stuff. But first, let's finish with the graph. Like, honestly, this rectangle isn't dark enough for my taste, first of all. Like, it's weird, like, all this stuff you want to be configurable. So, like, I guess there's going to be a big data structure of, like, inputs to iProf that you could modify. We'll see. Like, I think... Oh, you know, what we actually want to do, see the cursor is invisible right now when you're in iProf mode. We actually don't want that, right? So we want to say, if you do this, make the cursor visible. But we also want to do scissoring. Oh, yeah. So the highlighted item is white. It's drawing the top three, I guess. I forgot about that. So, like, there you go. You get the top three. And then, of course, we could pause, right? And we can step back, step forward. I think I remember making some changes to this a long time ago. I don't know why it's... Oh, it's highlighting the highest one when you're I don't know. Interesting. Anyway. Oh, right. List is sorted by highest, obviously. So on that frame, the sort changes, right? So, like, right now it's still... is this by self time, I guess? Oh, it's by hierarchical time. So draw game view 3D pops up to the top. How that has more than main loop? Oh, it's by self time. Never mind. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Cool. Okay. This is pretty okay. So let's get the scissoring working so that these insane spikes won't go like off the chart. And I'm just going to make another graph proc, even though I don't want to do that. Like, I think we're going to have a big config struct that takes all this stuff. Oh, wait, no, we can do that. There. Oh, no, because the... Does this actually draw any text? It doesn't. We may want this to draw text, but if we do, we could have that be a separate call, or we could call it with an enum of which mode, and then your application can do the scissoring, right? And because you're passing in X, Y, width, and height. Oh, wait, no, not, hold on. See, this thing decides on its own how big to be. All right, we're going to make procs for this. So this was scissor. Okay. So many procs. So many procs. Like, and this is still not like the graph resizing that's in here is like arbitrary and whatever. Whatever, man. Okay. Begin proc, end proc. Like, why is this? All right. Glad you like the videos. Okay. Boom. Okay. Hey, look, it's scissored. It's almost professional, bro. Okay. At some point, we'll factor this better. I think that would be a fun day or more, is like, how do we make this more high-tech for the year 2025? You know what I'm saying? But I think we want to clean it up more before we do that, honestly. Okay. I honestly wasn't sure we were going to have this working by the end of the day, and we totally do. That's great. I'm actually surprised that update animation is this low. Hey Sean, if you're still here, does iProf by default do cumulative totals of everything? Does it have like a batch slot, or should I add that at some point? Because I want to know for the full Benny test who takes how much time. Maybe I just need to add that. I don't think it does do cumulative totals of everything. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, I basically want to use it as a batch profiler also. But maybe, yeah. So maybe I'll add that. Maybe I'll add like start batch, stop batch, you know? Yeah, there's nothing semantic to do that. Yeah, totally. Then I can figure out, because I feel like, you know, right now, like update animation is not taking any time, which I'm surprised at. I thought it would. Maybe we just fixed whatever was slow there. I don't know. We'll see. There's something in the sim loop that gets slow when the time step is long, you know, that kind of thing. Like that isn't slow right now. Actually, let's just see. Right? Ready? Let's turn the volume down. So, like, yeah. See, some of these routines get really slow. Like, why is enact and X buffer move really slow? Why aren't we seeing the can goes? There's one of those in can go. Isn't there? Yeah, there's a zone right there. And we never see that one, which is weird. Let's go to... Move individual guy is going to get a zone. Push pushes is going to get a zone. I don't know what else. Simulate gets long sometimes. Oh, their update animation got super long. What we're seeing is, under certain circumstances, different functions have problems. But see, look at this. It's like fine, and then it gets catastrophically bad sometimes. Like loads you maybe expect, right? Alright. Maybe I should have done the auto instrument, but I want to get this clip first. Update animation. What else is in simulation? This is pretty big. That's something that we definitely agree about earlier. Let's try this with some more zones. It's still super slow debug builds, so don't worry about that. They seem somewhat expensive to build? No, dude. We just did this in less than a day on a game that takes years for a large team, or not a large team, but many people to develop. This is very cheap to do. Is it because there aren't good general purpose tools for this? Yes. Well, I mean, we started with a general purpose tool. iProc is sort of a general purpose tool. We're adapting it to this programming language. Like, there's all sorts of reasons why this is a little bit more work than a drop-in thing. But no, for the benefit that we're getting out of this, this is a very cheap and easy thing to get done. It's not expensive. This try move clones, that's not surprising. Simulate. So simulate like really spikes. And I don't exactly know. Like, I kind of want to do things where you could just use props multiple times at the same time. You don't have to specify a name. And if you don't, it'll like append the line number, right? Oh, I think it's ignoring spacebar for some reason. Or maybe it was paused and I didn't notice because I sort of expected the game to pause and it didn't. So, yeah, simulate is taking hella time and we don't know what, so... Wait, why isn't that? That's weird. There must be somebody called by Simulate who got inlined? I should make a version where I can pass the name. Yeah, like this function just does a bunch of stuff. We already did a zone there. Where else? Need to turn game sound down. Oh, I turned it down for me, and I thought that would affect you guys, but it didn't because computers. All right. Now I can't. Let me run the game. Open the volume mixer. Turn that off. I'll just mute it. Okay. Okay. Maybe that still won't even do it. I don't know, man. I don't know, people. Anyway, let's make a named zone ting tangler. Yeah, anything that takes one day to do by one programmer in video games is not an expensive thing to do. I wish it were not so. I wish we could make games much faster, but like this is great. This is a great amount of functionality for how long it takes. Where did we put it here? Yeah, okay. No, wait. Profile zone. Where did we put that? It was there. Okay, I just searched for the wrong thing. Okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to hope our nested macros work, right? Right, we're just going to factor out our name. Uh-oh, wait. Oh, no. Now we have this problem. Like, so the thing is, we only want to do the expensive, stupid get procedure name. Is there any cheaper thing to do than copy and paste this whole thing? I mean, I guess we do this. Let me know if there's something better that I could do. So I could do, see, I would have to pass the index here. So like, okay, hold on. This is actually better anyway. You want to factor this out, I think, because it's less code to inject into everybody. Of course, we want to do this at compile time later, but okay. And then we do this here actually. And then here, this is name. Actually, we do this. Do that. And then profile zone named name. Right? Here's where we're testing our programming language and hoping that all this crap works. So we have a macro that does some stuff, calls another macro, calls compile time execution, does some redundant work. I don't like this though, because the problem is, the thing I don't like about this is the one you're going to use most of the time. It's calling this one, and then we do this redundant initted check, which then we're injecting into every function and hoping the compiler compiles out, right? Let's make it work and then make it better. Okay, redeclaration of parameter name, right? Um, and then this location isn't right either. All right. And then this index, we don't have. Okay, no, we've got to have a base. We've got to have a base. I don't like this. I don't like having to have layers upon layers. It is not the good thing. Oh, guys. Okay, I've made such a mess that nobody has any idea what's going on. But here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Profile zone base of name How do I do this? I forget even how I do this. Oh, yeah. Will this even work? I have to do this explicitly right now, I think. Okay. Profile zone base code stupid get procedure name. Okay, so here I think this will work. I don't even know, guys. So I might have to do some ugly hacks because I think we're sort of at the edge of language features. So this is what we want to do. All right. We call the macro with just the thing that you do to get the name if you want it. Right? Okay. Yeah, sorry, that was very messy while I started to do things and then changed my mind about what I was doing several times. I'm sure that was very hard to follow. But basically, you have this thing. It has some code of how to get the name. Now, the thing is, I don't think this actually works. I don't think we can expression value insert, but we have a hack to get around that, I think. Or maybe we can. I don't know. Let's see if everything explodes. Yes, it does. But that might be because I did a stupid mistake, but I don't think it is. I think it's that this doesn't. Oh, well, first of all, okay. Several things. Like this is like itself. I mean, that should be caught as a shadowing error, but actually, it's not an error. I just want to remove the ambiguity, but this should be in this scope. Okay. I think the problem is actually that this expression value insert doesn't work. Let's just verify that that's the case and then try the hack. So type of name, this is going to be spammy, but whatever. I think that's going to be like void. No, it's string. Huh? Interesting. Wait, we're getting the name correctly. So my init zone is just wrong. What? What? Okay, hold on. I hate it when it works and then but it doesn't work, and I don't know why it works but it doesn't work. Like what? We're getting the names. I don't get it. Is code insert hygienic? Yeah. Yeah. It refers to the right thing. Yes. This is guaranteed to refer to this. I'm kind of not sure what's going on. This is a weird thing. Let's just try. Like, I don't think it's strings going away, but let's just try this. It shouldn't, because they're all static. Like what? Wait, they're there. Is it the... Okay, then it's not the names. That's the problem. We're just not recording any time for anyone all of a sudden? That's so weird. Oh God, guys. Here's what it is. We cannot, so this backtick fires in the external macro. We don't have a way of saying this fires. You can't like double backtick or whatever. So like we have to do this. Ha ha, funny joke. We still did okay there though. There we go. All right. So we have this sort of interesting, problem that's also going to happen with automated profiling or automated instrumentation, which is, see here we have three things called simulate, and it's because two of them are children of simulate that are inlined. And inlining in this language is like force inline. So like we probably want a way, we probably don't want to use the call stack thing to get these names, right? Because you want the lexical name. I guess there's something in the C preprocessor for that, right? And again, I would like to do it in as general a way as possible. So like if you could say current function and call that, or say, you know, current name, function name, or name of, or something that doesn't suck. For now, we can live with it, but in the long term, we don't want to have this problem. You just want a double underscore function that ignores inlining. Yeah, I'm just trying to do the more than the dumbest thing whenever possible. In the meantime, let's make sure our other thing works though. So like, actually, we could do some funny things. Let's not. Just make sure. Okay. So we want to see that. Yeah, it's there. So that worked. Great. The other thing I could do as a stopgap, which I kind of feel like I don't want to do right now. I don't want to, I just forgot what I was saying right in the middle of it. That's how you know I'm senile and don't have very many years left. I just started thinking about something else. Oh, I could, because we have this thing where inline things are going to have the same name, because we only register the thing once, and that's in a function, so it can be as big and expensive as we want. We could also put these in a hash table, and we could look for anyone with the same name, and then conditionally append the line number, right? Or probably better, we should have a way, like when you select it, we should print the file and line number, because we have all that information. It gets stored. We just don't draw it ever. So we'll do something. We're going to do something classy to bring iProf into the 22nd century, or maybe the 21st only. Now I have two update animations. Yeah, but we had before. Those are actually overloads, right? So, well, no, they're not. But one of them is the exclamation point, and one of them is just in the zone. So one of them is somebody that we are calling. Legit, I think. It's probably in the graph, right? Like, are we getting this per frame update out there? No. So I almost guarantee it's this one, right? Yeah. Hey, look what else we should scissor. Okay, so if we Benny test, can you, let's see if you guys can hear this. No. Okay. The animation graph per frame update was up there. Update animation. Update animation seems like it's up there a lot, but so are some other things. Let's just pause this. I need a button to like stop the Benny test without changing levels. All right. So update animation. Has a lot of self time in this case. Let's go try move clones also. Move into, I should do this with a release build before I get too serious about it. The thing is we don't have enough zones. This is maybe why I thought the auto zone, this is why I thought going to the auto zone would be a good idea, you know? Update animation, 31, bro. Let's put some named zones in there. I bet it's animation player eval. And the reason I'm naming that one is because there's an animation channel eval as well. Or pose channel. And then what else? Oh, this is update animation for each guy. I see. All right. Animation player eval, there you go. Okay. So one thing that's happening, you know, we're not updating this anymore. So all these things are getting called a lot. And it's because where's our simulate? We're calling this a lot of times, I guess. 137 times in a frame. That seems like too many. I guess if we have 4 time steps per frame and we're playing at 30x, that's not that surprising. But I don't feel good about it. So it shouldn't cost 4 milliseconds every time we call it. So there's 2 problems, right? One problem is we're calling these things a lot. Second problem is it costs a lot every time we call it, on average. Like updating the animation graph is like over a millisecond. This is super debug build, so there's that factor as well. Wait, why are we not? Oh, I was like, yeah. Wait, what? Why'd the timing change all of a sudden? So here we have animation player eval. This is in the main view. Hierarchical view, it's down here. But if I try to, oh, okay. I don't know. I mean, we basically just should make things a lot faster, is what we're saying. But this sort of tells us what we can look at to optimize. Let's do a release build. Well, we've had great success today, guys. I didn't know that we were going to be able to get this running because it's been so long, but it's been fine. Okay, we'll do the mouse thing next. I keep forgetting that. But it's fun to have a profiler. Let's run it for a bit. Stack trace disabled, bro. That's the other reason to have the function names. But we still have these for some things. All right. Animation player eval is consistently high. I'm not that surprised by that, but 20 milliseconds in something. Let's probably simulate. Okay, so yeah, we need a way to get the function name. That is for sure. Let me write some of these down, even though I'm drowning in issues to work on. Are there any on-topic questions about what we have been doing here? Does location not have a function name? It doesn't. It's file and line number. We could make it have a function name. Oh, man. Whoops. Why didn't I get a email about this meeting today? Why do I have spams? Don't send me all the spams. I know I've been getting work done when I go to my email, and I've just got lots of emails. Means I haven't been reading my email all day. Okay, this is fine. We're doing great. We're doing great. Let me test really fast that we can build again with iProf disabled. We cannot because we didn't do this. We'll want to put all that into iProf at some point. Oh. Okay. Like when we have module parameters, which we don't have yet, we can import iProf, but just say disabled, Okay. This is without iProf. Do you have plans for metrics, heuristics to metaprogram the instrumentation code? Would it just be size? Yeah, it would probably just be size. You have limited information about what you're looking at. I mean, it's not that limited, but, okay, let me put it this way. If you want to, during the metaprogram time, you can spend an arbitrary amount of time inspecting the function and deciding if you should instrument it. That is something you can do. In terms of what the compiler gives you, digested, that's very fast to look at. There isn't that much information because we don't want to spend a lot of time doing that if we don't know you're going to use it. But yeah, you can see all the code from the metaprograms. You could decide whether to instrument it or not. Okay, we're going to turn that back on, and then I actually got some emails about build failures, so I'm going to check that. Whoops, we got to check this in too. Okay. I think we actually break out after the top 3 in the graph. Let me see. If not, we can just have that be a parameter to the graphing function, right? Of how many. Like, I feel like we're going to want to make a struct of like iProf properties, including colors and stuff. And it'll just have defaults, but if you want to override them, you can just poke them in there and then pass it. So we don't have to, have a zillion trillion frames. A zillion trillion parameters, I mean. Like, look at all. It's starting to get crazy. I think the original iProf graph actually draws text and stuff. We might have accidentally taken that out. Doesn't it print some things if your cursor is like over some things? I don't know. Anyway, I guess we are drawing all the zones, which isn't going to scale. Let's just say max zones to graph is 5. Like, but then you want to see the one that's selected. I don't know. We're going to want a better UI for this. Okay. Oh, wait, what is in the zones array? Is that, no, that's the global zones array. That's like literally everything, I think. Yeah. If you only draw some, you miss spikes in others. That is true. That is true. We're going to want to do something better, I guess. Like, look through the window for anyone who is ever in the top 5, right? Something like that. That could be expensive to compute or annoying to make it go fast. So did I add all the mouse stuff when I ported it over? Or did we add that for the witness? I honestly don't know. Guess you had prof set cursor. Yeah. Okay, set cursor. That's integer cursor. All right. We probably should just do this in temporary storage. But whatevs. We could do that later. Okay, what am I even... Starting to get tired. My brain is starting to... We're only 6.5 hours into the stream, no biggie. You have to do the mapping yourself. That may have been the intent of that function. Let's look back at what we have here. Right, so when we... Okay, this thing here, graph proc. Okay, so this might be something that we I don't know if in original iProc you're supposed to do all this logic yourself and pass that function, but we seem to have factored it this way so that it figures out all the line segments. Well, I guess I factored it this way today, figures out all the line segments and then calls this thing. Not the best, but procedure calls are kind of cheap in 2020, you know. So, I don't know. Okay. So really... Okay, before I get too ahead of myself, let me just check. I'm getting compiler build fails, but they're not something that I can really fix. Okay. Sokoban's building, at least. That's important. Okay. Let's see here. These are local variables that we just declared, I guess, to make this. I have to sneeze. I'm just gonna set. I'm just gonna tell iProf what the coordinates are. Like, this is getting weird, but I guess we'll do float because that's what it was. Okay. So set cursor screen coordinates. Okay. And then okay. iProf dot set cursor screen coordinates. Wait, don't we have... Hold on, I think we have another way. Get mouse pointer position. What does true mean? It's in the input modules, right? Right-handed. Okay. I don't think iProf wants right-handed coordinates, unfortunately. Okay. Does that return this thing? I love this search program. It like cuts off. Yeah, those are ints. Prof create report. Written under the assumption of not a gazillion zones, but potentially a gazillion zone enters. Yeah. So if we do like automated zone, we'll have to think about how to deal with that automated zone instrumentation, because that'll just, for this program, that'll make a lot of zones, make more than 512 zones. I'll tell you that. All right. Well, hey, look, I can't, okay. Wait, actually, I don't know. I don't know if it's doing anything. Let me make the mouse pointer visible. All right. If iProf okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. I have a cursor. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. Not that surprising, because hell if I know. Oh, actually, okay. Let's try to figure out now. I don't understand this next zone under cursor. Now let's do it this way. So the zone coordinates are x min, y min, x max, y max. I saw that movie in y max. I used the y max editor. Y coordinates reversed for mouse click. They might be, but I thought they wouldn't be. Maybe I have our iProf. Maybe I made it right-handed because I want everything in the universe to be right-handed. Okay, let me just see. I'll put it on main loop here. God, stop. Oh, wow. Yeah, we're iterating even over zones that don't have names and stuff. Oh, we have that initted flag. So let's, you know. Do we have zone pointers here? Yeah. Wait. What? Oh, these are sample points. So this is only the graph that we're detecting here. Which means maybe that'll actually work. All right, man. See you later, Sean. This doesn't totally seem to be working right now. But... oh, wait. This is... sort of. I mean, it's off. It's upside down. Aha! I did make everything in the universe right-handed. Let's delete this. What? My mind just blanked again, guys. Get mouse pointer position true. This right here. That's... Maybe that'll just fix it. Hey, look. That's great. It's almost like a real thing. I kind of remember doing this now. So what we didn't do in the key map file is bind these things now. Like you're supposed to be able to click and select that zone, I think. Okay, let's do that. So that should be one of our last bits. Here we go. Do we not have mouse buttons? We literally don't have mouse buttons. There we go. Mouse button left, mouse wheel up. Okay, let's just do that. We could add all 237 mouse buttons later. Okay. That compiles. So we go back here and we're going to do this stuff. What did these even do? Mouse button left is graph select. sample. So one of them is to pick the sample. Oh, this is to open. Right, I remember. Uh-huh. Okay. So zone under cursor. Is that an iProf? Frame slots. Dude, I'm just iProfing everything. Let's just do this. All right. So, bam, bam, bam. Okay, draw game 3D. Bink. Hey, we selected it up here. Post channel eval. Bink. Selected it up here. Great. Great. Hierarchical time. Main loop. Draw game view 3D. So we can't actually mouse here right now. We might add that at some other point, but we're almost 7 hours into the stream. Mouse wheel up typo. I think we do a case insensitive compare, but oh, maybe not in input. Key map. Mouse wheel. Oh, come on, Emacs. What are you doing to me? It's just locked up now. My whole Emacs is just frozen. Wait. Now it's moving. Boy, garbage collectors sure are fast. They can garbage collect a handful of text files in 30 seconds. I was sure it was crashed. Why is there an Emacs emote on Twitch? That is so silly. And it's a troll. It's a troll emote code. Mouse wheel was too powerful. Yeah. We did great today. This is good news because we can start attacking performance in the game. Like I was saying to Sean a while back, we're going to want to add a cumulative mode. We can even add bindings for that. Let's add bindings. But we're gonna like restructure. See, during previous versions of this port, we were keeping iPad close to the original source because we were just trying to maintain compatibility. But I think we just really want to make this our own and not worry about STB iProf API or anything like that, and just build on what's here and make it what we need to make it. And so that just frees us up to do a ton of stuff. Okay, so if we go back to this, we can add stuff like profile zone, start batch, reset batch. How's that? Or start batch, we'll call it start batch and stop batch. And we'll put that in the key map. Let's not put zone. Say end batch. Okay. So I don't know, like I was lowercase there. Let's go lowercase. Why not? Okay. Okay. Any questions about what we did today? I think we're ending the stream. We did good. We got things done. How did the stream reset? Or did we really only start streaming at 3 p.m. today? I thought it was earlier, but I guess it was 3 p.m. How was it? I know what I was doing from 12 to 1. It was about 3. Interesting. What was I doing from 1 to 3 today? I guess I know some of it. I don't know. Sometimes time just goes by, you know. Anyway, questions on what we did. Email notification is at 3:01. All right, well, there you go. We now have a profiler in this game. And like I said, I think, so I have a dilemma here, right? Which is I want to work on the iProf module so that people can use it however they want, which means we want a manual version and we want an automated version, right? And we want the automated version to be realistically usable. So I guess I want to try the automated version next, but the problem is we need one program to have the manual version and one program to have the automated version, or else one of them is just going to break from not being exercised, right? Or maybe we should do both. Maybe we should enable them both to work at the same time, just for the purposes of testing. I don't know. Did I get your recent bug reports? If they were by email, I probably did. So the thing with the compiler is I'm still kind of buried in a major restructuring that I need to finish, which hopefully I can do this weekend. Honestly, we'll see. And then once that gets done, that's the main thing holding back the next beta, is just finishing this restructuring. And then once that's done, I'll try to pull in as many other bug fixes as I can. But I kind of can't, because I have it forked off the main version right now. In fact, it's not an official fork, but it's like a copy living on the laptop. And so I just kind of need to get that done before I start doing lots of other crazy fixes. But yeah, so hopefully the plan is I can do that very soon, next couple days. It's a little scary because there's like a major thing that needs to happen that I didn't plan on. But of course, it's always good for the long term, making the compiler more robust and stuff. Once that finishes, I'll try to pull in the new bug reports. Usually these reports are usually easy, right? Sometimes they're hard, but usually it's like a small fix. Most bugs take under an hour to fix. A lot of bugs take under 10 minutes to fix, honestly. Yeah, I just haven't looked lately because I've been buried in this other thing. But I don't like how long it's been since the last beta, so I want to get to that soon. What's the general strategy for not adding overhead to the thing you're trying to instrument? Well, just have the code that you insert not do very much. Now, fortunately, that is easier, actually, in some sense than it used to be, because the thing you want to avoid now is touching memory. Like, cycles are a lot cheaper now than they used to be for most functions. So as long as you don't like touch memory that isn't usually touched, and you don't use that many cycles, it's not that bad. Whereas before, you know, when iProf was first created, we cared about every single cycle, right? But it's not like that now. By email. Debugging on Linux, x64 memory corruption. Okay. One thing that I fixed, if you, memory corruption, I don't know. memcomp with the x64 backend doesn't work at length 0. That's a bug that I fixed. So that might be related. But other than that, I don't know. So the other thing that we're putting in, so when you call C++ methods that return structs, at least on Windows, maybe on Linux too, you have to have a special calling convention, and we didn't have that. We're putting that in. We've put that into the front end, and hopefully that'll be in the back end for the next one. But I don't know if that would be what you're talking about. Just got stuck due to several of those bugs. Yeah, sorry about that. I mean, I'd wanted to have the next beta a while ago, but I got backlogged by all the things I have to hit. But I should be able to do it soon. We'll attack that tomorrow. The thing is, it's hard to stream it. Maybe I'll copy the files back from my laptop. And it'll be easier to stream it. Let me see real fast. Let me take a look in the email. Okay, yeah, I got one from you yesterday and one today. Bug under Linux seems broken. Okay. Let me forward this to Josh because he can check this out. I don't tend to do debug symbol stuff. So he could take a look at that while I look at other things. I mean, he probably only works weekdays, or I don't know what his schedule is, but we'll see. Step over, steps inside. That might be some problem with the way we're generating the debug info. Anyway. We'll see. Okay. It's also possible that he might have hit those fixes already and all we need to do is ship the next beta. I don't know. Fix for is debugger present on Linux. Okay. Yeah, we'll get that in as well. Yeah, sorry you can't debug on Linux right now. I don't know what's going on with that. The other bug emails are several weeks old. Okay. Oh yeah, I see x64 backend bug plus array literal parser problem. Compiler crash and run modify directive. Oh yeah, and then we had the discussion about whether to terminate workspaces. Yep, they're piling up, but the good news is that means we have a lot to make better. No, I think I got them all. They're all in there. Yeah. Mark Fleury also sent me some bugs. Okay. Yeah, I've got about 10 emails with bugs in them right now. And again, it's just, I've been blocked on this, like, this large and painful refactor, which yeah, it's just hard. It's my job sometimes to do large and painful refactors that don't look like anything to anybody, but that make it better in the long term. More engineerable. All right, man. See you later. Good night, everybody. I'm going to get out of here and get to sleep. See y'all later. We might stream compiler development tomorrow. We'll see.